I was trying to fix the charger. We're here. We're live. I'm going to dip down so I can put my tablet back on the charger because I let that on the charger. Oh, I'll be back.
Hi, everybody. We're back. We're live from somewhere in Colorado. Tam would not let me take a nap.
No nap. Team no blink. Team no sleep.
We are on the same screen.
It means we're in the same room at the same bedtime at the same bed channel. What's up, friend? Cheers.
I'm going down.
You can't be going down.
I'm going down.
What's going on, Sasha? Congratulations on the move. Shout out. Just Jay in the house. How's your son, Just Jay? He sleep yet? Let me tell you, it's 9:45 here, so it's 9:45. I don't know. I'm assuming you're on the East Coast somewhere.
Yeah, my computer is East Coast time, and our phones are Mountain time, and it's just a 2-hour difference, so it's 7:45.
So Dee got her drinks. She got her something to eat. You know.
We have not left the hotel.
No, it was no need to leave the hotel. I don't feel like there was no need to leave. Let me tell you what color I'm wearing on my lips, because this binary hustle, this is totally different. Hold on, let me tell you what I'm wearing on my lips. I'm wearing a Matte Royale A26 from MAC is what I'm wearing.
Am I supposed to tell mine too?
If you want to. If you want to tell me what you're wearing.
It don't look like I'm wearing nothing.
I know.
That's what I'm looking at.
I know. I don't know why you be getting this old clear crap.
This is some old lady shit when you got to do this, right? I'm wearing.
You's an old hoe.
I am wearing a gloss bomb in Cheeky from Fenty Beauty. I think I got this like 50 Christmases ago. It is. Look at it. That's what I'm wearing. And it's shimmery.
This one I'm wearing.
Hers look like a doo-doo on a stick.
It does not look like a doo-doo on a stick. Do
nose.
not listen to her, because she'll be in here with all that.
But it was a gift. I got
Who's like the gift from?
My cousin.
Who?
Stephanie.
Oh, okay.
I told her I sent her a picture that I had 2 of them left, and it was like 5 in a box, and she was like, "Oh, that's hella old." I was like, "Whatever."
Okay. Well, Fenty it is.
I'm looking for that. What's that sponsorship for Fenty? I don't want to wear the lingerie though.
Why not? They got lingerie for women of endowments. Women of the endowments.
But I got a baby body.
Bottomless endowments.
I don't have any endowments.
You said you got wet? I'm the one with the baby body. You got wet?
Everybody. I'm shaped like a board, straight up and down.
Just say no. We don't do this many times live. That's right.
She didn't have
the porch purple. That's right. Just tell them about it. They don't know about that porch purple.
Tam didn't have a few drinks, and I brought my laptop down to the bar, and she was like, "Oh, we should go live," and she went upstairs to get my charger.
I went upstairs to get the light so we can have some light. You see it in the background right here, right? Oh, snap. Yeah, you see what I'm saying. Yeah, right there.
Ugh, my nose.
I always get this. I'm not really good at the reflection stuff, right?
So she forgot my charger and got all her shit.
So we can go live either way, on her laptop or my laptop. I have my tablet here so I can respond to y'all. She can respond to you over here on the laptop. We ready to go. The people at the bar was like, "Are you going live? Are you doing a live Zoom?" I was like, "No, we have our Women in Linux podcast." And they was like, "What? You got a whole Women in Linux show?" I was like, "Yes." And they was like, "Oh my goodness." I was like, "You want to be on it?" They was like, "What?" Oh, ooh, ah. So they was talking trash.
And she got this bright. This light is, it's like daylight.
I love it.
It's
Wake
like you're
up.
getting called to the pearly gates.
It's all right. The doors of the church is open.
Yes, we are actually in a private dining room. And
it's got the big bottle of liquors and all of that stuff.
if I was another person, I'm just gonna keep my mouth closed.
But this is what's cool because we found out it's only 3 of us that work at the hotel. One's a manager, one works the front desk, and one works in cleaning the rooms. And the manager hooked us up with the room. She was like, "Y'all can go down here anytime. Just tell them I said so." Blah 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 blah. We was like, "Bet." So
she said that. I was ready to go to night night.
Ain't no going night night. Team no blink. Team no sleep. What's up, KC Native? We ain't seen you all day. This is the 3rd live.
Oh my no.
Just say those lights are not annoying. They bring out the flavor in you, the ambiance. Ambiance. You see that? It brighten up for you. You see that? Like, perk up.
She been drinking.
I ain't been drinking. I'm just telling you, you need to perk up.
How many chocolate martinis you had?
This is number 5.
Like I said, she been drinking.
This is number 5. Hey, I ain't Beyonce. I ain't walking on the beach. I've been drinking. I ain't doing none of that. That's right. She needs some ginger tea. I'm tired of this in her nose and stuff like that.
It's moving from room to room. It's actually been the weather here. So it is, one room is hot, next room is cold, then we sitting by a window. And then when I put the mask on, it's like a little hot box. And as soon as I put that mask on, it was over.
Okay, see, Nader, you didn't drop down in the comments, so I didn't know if you was at the first 2. My bad. Hold on, let me do it in my Atlanta vernacular. My bad, folk. I didn't even know, Shawty, you was up in the place, Shawty. You know, I didn't even know, folk.
You know what's weird about us being on the same screen?
What's that?
That we're on the same screen and I'm not just able to go off the screen.
You can leave.
This chair is heavy. I am locked in. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I have to go to the bathroom.
You're gonna back up slowly. I'm gonna just turn the screen to focus on me.
Tam is lit. Let me tell you, this chair, I'm assuming this is like the chair in the Game of Thrones with all those swords and skulls on it. This chair is heavy. It's heavy. It's heavy.
Everybody break out your violin and play. I swear you be doing the most. Anyway, so this is what I did want to say. I didn't say it earlier. You know, it's more I had to say. All right, so in the Slack channel, there's a channel called Creating Wealth. I know some of you are a part of it, but the other one, y'all need to be a part of that. That's why I drop stuff like this week. There was a call. Let me tell you. Let me jump in there. I can tell you who was on the call. So I dropped some stuff that I don't talk about on YouTube. I mean, like here, popular YouTuber steals 500,000 from friends shamelessly, buys a new Tesla with the money. I didn't even talk about that.
What was it? Why are you asking for some money?
He was in a pair of crypto fraud, a popular game streamer known from Twitch and YouTube has allegedly scammed his fans out of $500,000 by creating his own cryptocurrency and employing a simple pump and dump scheme. And he bought him, and ain't nothing they could do about it, right? Ain't nothing they could do about it. Then I talked about buying this stock dividend for 2 companies and one 11.6% yield. We have the Roth IRA. Dion posted an annuity 101 guide. And then I posted in here Alphabet, Google earnings, AMD earnings call, Alphabet crushing earnings. We talked about Google going a 20-to-1 split. So you got in my head in the books while you was on YouTube chilling. Oh, what I get in your head about? What I do?
No, you got my head in the books.
Oh, good.
While
good.
you on YouTube chilling.
Gotcha. And then let's see. Oh, this was the big one. This was the big one. This is all in creative, creating wealth in our YouTube channel. So you know that game Wordle, right? WORDLE. So the guy he was a programmer. He created it, picked up steam, had multiple users, millions of users using it. He sold it. He sold it for 7 figures. He sold it to the New York Times. Now, why is that important to us? Because we got a friend of ours that solves puzzles, and I'm sure he's probably solving this puzzle, and he's a puzzle solver, and he's puzzle solver.
He's a puzzle solver because that's what he does.
Solver
of the puzzles.
Solver of the puzzles. and he is the number one puzzle solver in the world. I'll put that out there. Right? And this all is in creating wealth. All right. Then I talk about the Calm app founder. It's in here. It took from 0 to 2 billion. And then the list goes on, the stuff that I post. Oh, so that place that we was talking about in Colorado with the hangar, Cessna Drive, is in Erie, Colorado. This is the one with the house that has the hangar. It's 4.5 million.
Question.
Hold on.
Why didn't you just log in so we can look at it?
Because you got it you could just pull it up on your chat in Slack.
But you get to going, so you could have just logged into it. We could have shared the screen, but you could have shared we could share the camera. You could have shared your screen because you were just, I'm not used to this. I'm over there looking at what you're looking at.
Let me log in. I don't need my tablet. Let me log in. I feel like I'm being controlled. Can you drop the link for me, please, inside the messages? Yeah, it's in the wheel channel.
I posted it in. It's in the Creating Wealth channel in Slack.
I'm coming. Give me 1 second, please. Technical difficulty.
We wait.
No problem. How y'all night going? Oh, now I want to act like I need to be this in Safari.
You need to be in Chrome.
No, you know what? They changed. Sometimes it likes Chrome, but when you go to mobile apps, it likes Safari.
I mean, you guys are used to getting the screen, so it's very difficult to follow without seeing all of the articles because you got to see this. Are you sure it's there? Safari?
I'm trying. I'm trying to see if I can.
Excuse me.
All of that camera, audio. I don't have a screen.
There you go. Got your computer. Have your computer.
Work out your core.
And then Tam over here smelling like a rose. She is an avid smell gooder. She needs to have all the scents.
I like to smell good. I mean, what you want? What more you want from a player?
I don't want nothing. I don't know if, like I said, it's the rooms, like the temperature is changing in the room. Maybe it's Benadryl. I don't know. Maybe it's because I need a nap.
No. She took a nap early.
I have not taken a nap at all.
Like you went to bed early.
I didn't go to bed early. I am literally, it's 9:58. It's East Coast time. I have not changed mountain time at all. I refuse. My life will never be the same.
See?
Yeah. Now
Okay,
show
try
the
again.
screen.
All right.
That's the echo that she talk about that she always have. That's because her computer.
No, that'd be you.
Her computer is up loud. Look at that.
All right, put me in the stream, coach.
Well, get us off the screen, coach.
What you mean?
Look, this is what I see.
I know you can't just add my screen to the stream.
It's gonna pop up.
Stop screen share.
So when it pops up, it's gonna do that thing where it looks like it's a lot of us.
Stop screen share. Let me go back. I'm coming.
This is so tacky, and it's the cheap toilet paper. I mean, paper towel, napkins, tissue.
No, I don't have my window. Let me pull this out. Oh, you just gotta wait, okay? You the old hoe that lived in the shoe.
She just called me an old hoe?
That lived in the shoe.
She's so disrespectful.
Alright, so there's one. Let me pull it up. And let me go to the stuff. Y'all gotta get in creating wealth, right? Got stuff in there all the time. Alright. Okay, so we talked about the guy. Which one y'all want? Which one you want me to bring up?
The one you was just talking about.
The crypto guy?
No, the Cessna Lane one. That's what we're talking about.
Cessna. Cessna. Let me look. Let's see. Wordle. This is Sony. Oh yeah, Sony bought a video game, Bongo. Y'all see that for $3.9 million? Oh. Oh, we gonna have to get you off the screen.
I told you that. I told you that.
Get you off the screen.
You gonna sneeze all over you.
Oh God.
This is the link to the Creating Wealth channel.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Thank you. This is what I was going through earlier while I wasn't on the channel.
All right, so this right here.
That's not what we were.
Listen, now I'm going to it, but Sony to buy a video game maker Bungie for $3.9 billion. You need to get your gaming on.
How are you way over there?
What you mean? How am I way over there? You want me to lean in? Like the meme, like the little guy, like the little one. We'll put you on block. All right, so let me find the Cessna drive. Okay, let me go to it. Ooh. Ooh.
Can't believe.
I think it was the man that you kissed in the
Don't be over here telling these people lies.
Don't.
What man?
I think it was the man that you kissed. This is very strange. You haven't been following COVID protocol. All right, here's Cessna Drive. All right, 100 Cessna Drive, Erie, Colorado. Princess A, don't be giving her the poor thing. Gosh, I can't take you guys nowhere. All right, so here's the house. I'm gonna make this screen wider so you can see it full screen. All right, so here's the house. Here is the garage, and then the hangar is in back. And as you can see, primarily it's a landing strip. I'm getting ready to go. All right, so here we go. So here we go. The hangar for the jet. Doesn't even look like a whole lot of house for $4.5 million. Right. Clean lines. There's the insides. Upstairs, downstairs, kitchen. Very thorough.
That's one of the houses over here in the Boulder area.
It's Erie, Colorado.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Here's the
Wait till you see
chandelier.
when she goes to the Google view where you can see the other houses on the landing strip.
Like living room area, and then they got a little plug right here for you to put your TV right up here, right? And then you got a chandelier overhead. Then you got lighting, natural lighting coming into this area, and y'all also have a window right here as well too.
It would be fun to roller skate in this house. They don't even. You know what, Evelyn? They don't have a pool, but they have a landing strip. They should have some type of jacuzzi or something, but
Fireplace, office. I'm assuming like this is like a wash area. That's what it kind of looks like to me. I'm assuming that this may be
where the wash machine is.
wash
The
machine
laundry
dryer.
room.
Yeah, and then you fold on top of here. Maybe you rinse out some stuff or whatnot. And maybe even considered a mud room. I'm not sure.
No, my room is off a door.
It is, but sometimes they have a mud room and then they'll have the wash and dryer right there too.
Off a door.
And then another bathroom. I'm assuming, yeah, this is downstairs, another area that you can expand and
It's the
entertain.
basement.
Um, you can see the backsplash, bathroom, just a stall.
I don't want to be
over-
hot springing in 0-degree weather. That's not my testimony.
Another
Just
fireplace, shower stall, his and her sinks, patio area, and then the plane. And look, you can see they got one, and then they got two planes, so it's enough to fit two planes.
Yeah, there was an office space in there. Go to the maps. You see all the other houses.
And then here's the plane that you're really supposed to be flying in. And here's the other plane that they have right here, right? So here's the two doors, right? So you see the planes, right, in the house. Maybe his and her planes could be, or just a different model. Now, when you talking about go off,
Go to when you
right
click out
here?
of the pictures. Yeah. When you click out of the pictures and you go to Google Maps, so you look around, you can see all the houses.
Where do I click out of it? Where is that? I'm gonna let you take it right here, Street
View. Uh-huh.
Now, which way am I going?
You can go up or down, or actually zoom out. Zoom out some more.
I can't.
Okay. Now spin around with the compass and see what it looks like. See, the pictures be making it look all fancy. That's before they start building all that stuff.
It looked like somebody farm they turned into this. So if you walk the street,
I said the same thing. I was like, if I spent that much money, I would not want houses to be that close.
yeah, see.
And there are some multi-million-dollar homes out here, and they are about as close as me and Tam.
Yeah, see that one right there. And that's the house with the hangar. But it looks like his hangar is on the back side of this house. So he got to have a landing strip here. There's got to be a runway somewhere.
Go back to the map. Go back to the map and do satellite view. Up right here. Because plane's not landing on that street. Satellite view.
He got to be. Yeah,
see? Landing right here. That's in the back.
Yeah, he got to be landing right in here.
Right there.
And he come flying off. Slow it on down, and then he pull in right here, back into his house. He gotta be.
I need to know who is
on the
top.
But even still, he gotta come here, right? Because Yeah, see? Yeah. Right here, look.
Where's the control tower?
Look right here. You gotta come off, maybe ride up this way or come over here and then come down and take off. But this gotta be a landing strip. That's gotta be a landing strip right here. He just venture off and come on over to the house. Babe, I'm on the way in. I'm coming in. You should see me. I'm coming in. You should see me. All right, that's one. And then what I was talking about. Let me get out of watch room. Um, if so, here's all the channels that I'll be talking about right here.
They can't see.
Oh, they can't see that. Oh, okay, no problem.
Cause you're not
I'm
sharing.
just sharing that one, but that's okay.
You can just click share again if you want to see it.
No, it's okay. We can stay right here on this one. You should be able to see this, right? Co-founder of the $1.6 billion brand scams. I have a rule: you have to do things that scare you. Good American, co-founder and CEO, launching a size-inclusive denim brand.
She's out of England.
Have y'all seen this?
I haven't seen this, but I've seen her before and read a couple of articles.
British fashion was really booming, right? Um, She is the co-founder and CEO of Los Angeles-based Good American,
which is Khloe Kardashian, and then Skims is Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, which is size-inclusive brand she launched with Khloe in 2016. The company is on pace to bring in 155 million in 2021. I mean, no matter how many drinks we have, we're gonna always get back to the money. I don't. That's what it is. She is 26 years old. She was 26 years old when little to no industry experience, and it showed. Right? So again, check her out. This is all posted in the Slack channel. All right. I talked about IBM shares jumping. We talked about Goldman and Sachs. This is my favorite thing to talk about because I think it's so relevant. Which book are you talking about? Studying. Here we go. The ultimate thing. I know people gonna come for us. Nobody never wants to hear this.
They're gonna come for
you. D said they're gonna come for me. Let me take a sip before they do. At least let me be in the right place. All right, so the black and white wealth gap left black households more vulnerable. Bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you. You should look like you want another one to come out. All right, this was Tuesday, December the 8th of 2020. This is what I don't know what book you're talking about. For beginners, which and let me ask, beginners for what? Are we talking about for Linux, or we're talking about wealth building? What are you referring to?
I don't think you're supposed to say anything. I don't think you're supposed to say anything.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to answer that?
I think Princess was answering it for her. Some people just be having dialogue in the chat.
Oh, my bad. I'm jumping the gun. Got it. All right, so all right. They talk about the K-shape, blah, 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 blah. Wealth proceeding, blah, 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 blah. This is the one I want to talk about right here. This one I get on my, I don't want to hear no bickering. I don't want to hear nothing about who's supposed to be cooking. I don't want to hear nothing about who's supposed to be the three phrases. I don't want to hear none of that. When I see this, the medium white household held $188,000. Well, we just gonna round it up to 189. Just gonna give them that 800 in wealth, which was 7.8 times the typical black household. I'm gonna give ourselves 25,000. I'm being generous. I don't want to hear nothing. It is worth noting that the levels of average wealth, which are more heavily skewed by households with the greatest amount of wealth, are higher. White households reported an average wealth of 983,000, which is the 994,000 that we saw in 940,000 for a house in Colorado, right? And which is 6.9 times that of black households of 142,000. While the median wealth is more reflective of the typical household, the scale of the average wealth is indicative of the outsized levels of wealth held by the richest household. Do I need to repeat that again? Let me know if I need to repeat that again. I feel like I need to repeat that again. Let me get my tablet so I can see. Look into my eyes and tell me what it is you see. And
Are we going to discuss that?
we are going to discuss it, but I just want to know, do I need to repeat it? Drop a one in the chat, and when we're going to invite you up, come up. Repeat it again. All right, repeat it again. All right. In 2019, the median wealth household 3 years ago, trust me, we ain't increased by that much. The median white household held 188,200. I'm rounding up to 189,000 in wealth, which is 7.8 times that of the black household. Bless you. Bless you. One more for good luck. Come on. Oh, bless you, Dad. I knew it was coming.
You should really get on your camera. This is a hot mess.
Which was 24,000. I'm gonna give us $900. 25,000. It is worth noting that the levels of average wealth, which are more heavily skewed by households with the greatest amounts of wealth, are higher. While white households reported an average wealth, white households reported an average wealth of 983,000. I'm gonna go ahead and say 984,000 for comma sakes, which is 6.9 times that of black average households of 143,000. I'm rounding up, right? While the median wealth is more reflective of the typical household, the scale of the average wealth is indicative of the outsized levels of wealth held by the richest households. The black wealth gap today is a continuation of decades long trends in wealthy inequality, as in Figure 1. Over the past 30 years, the median wealth of white households has consistently dwarfed, look at that adjective, dwarf that of black households, ranging at a gap of 106,000 in 1992 to 185,000 in 2007, both adjusted for inflation. In the second quarter of 2020, white households, who account for 60% of the U.S. population, held 84%, 94 trillion of total household wealth in the U.S. Comparatively, a black household, I don't know why we're still at 13% of the U.S. population, held just about 4.6% of the wealth. And then they give you a chart so they can show you that here are the white households, here's all households, And here are Black households from 89 to 2019. I don't think that has changed in 2021, 2022, and won't change in 2023. We're still going to be underneath, right? You're more than welcome to come up. You're more than welcome to come up, right? I have questions about this. And so a lot of other people ask what's holding us back. I think there's several things that have been in place that has helped towards this. I think there are other things that have been in place that have helped to try to solve this, but I also think there are things in place that we do not utilize to help solve these things. My own personal thoughts. Feel free. I'm not saying debate me, or I'm just saying put your thoughts out there. All right. It says, in addition to the black and white wealth gap, a gender wealth gap as it intersects reveals another dimension of wealth inequality in a microdata. I mean, we use microdata from 2019 survey consumer finances to analyze how black wealth gap varies by gender throughout life cycle because and back again, SEF survey of consumer finances is a household level survey, and the vast majority of household respondents within marriage couples, bless you, are men. Our analysis involving gender are limited to single households. In single households, male and female respondents are representative of their personal holdings of wealth. So let's get into it. The median wealth of a single white man under the age of 35 is $22,000. It's 3.5 times greater than a single white woman, which is $6,000 and $6,4700. So these going off camera. 1 second. Let me find it. All right. All right, back to my study. Let's get back on it. Where my link at? All right, cool. All right, so it's 3.5 times greater than that of a single white woman, 4.6 times greater than that of a single black man of 1,500. I'm gonna round it up and say 1,600 and 222 or 224.2 times greater than that of a single black woman of $100. You mean tell me y'all out here making 1,500 together, y'all make $1,600? That's your wealth. That's your wealth. This is your wealth. Is this it? Is this it? Is this who y'all out here on the gram for? Is this why y'all got them long eyelashes? I'm finna put it all out, right? Right? Is this who you got your this it? This it? Y'all out here for the $1,500, $1,600. You know, if you got a good night, if you got an overtime,
they have a
you work overtime.
Business. They have businesses. They are building lash empires. Yes, they are building lash
Is this
empires. It? And when they build their
lash hold on, let me do it. Are you not entertained? Yo, I just be having questions. I sit back, I read these stats, I look at these channels, I look at these job descriptions that come over, I look at the people that reach out to me. I got questions.
I'm mad there's 2 Tams with questions. Look.
2 Tams with questions. 2 Tams got questions.
Oh, if it was 2 of you, it'd be absolutely. I couldn't do it.
Why you couldn't do it? What are you saying? I'm vulnerable.
What I said, one is enough.
I'm vulnerable.
See you Wednesday.
You Donna Watts, you ought to be appalled. I'm gonna read this again. The median wealth of a single white man under the age of 35 is 22,000. You let everybody yeah, remove that. All right. So can you hear me now? Type of one in the chat. Can y'all hear me? All right. So what am I missing? By the age of 55 and older, single white men hold 1.3 times more wealth than a single white woman and 8.1 times than single black men. So from the looks of it, y'all should be marrying white women. I just going by the stats. I ain't gonna say I've been drinking. I'm just reading. The median wealth of single black women trails slightly behind that of single black men until the age of 55 when single black women hold 40,760 in median wealth compared to black men with 27,000. What happened?
People can't see you looking at me.
But she looking at me like, Tamika, stop. Don't give them no more. Don't give them no more. Don't give them no more. I got questions. So when you get to 55, we gonna make
just angle yours.
we gonna make more money anyway. Y'all come on stage. Y'all speak your mind. Nah, don't be in the chat. Come on up. Y'all be on everybody else's show. Y'all be talking. And this is from Brookings EDU. This is from 2020 of December the 8th of 2020. We ain't gained that much wealth in 1 year. I know we ain't. Excuse me. I know we have not gained that much wealth. Ain't just not a word, but it is. It's actually in the dictionary. But however, I won't say that. We have not gained that much wealth. Let me turn on my proper etiquette, my proper English. How can I how can I be up here on the YouTube channel talking in such language and very, very bad vernacular? That's so not who I am. That's right, Sip D. All right. Through wealth accumulates with age, the persistence of wealth gaps at every stage of life further reflects the disparities in the intergenerational transfer of wealth via inheritances. White households are substantially more likely to expect. Let me say that again. Let me say that again. White households are substantially more likely to expect and receive inheritance than black households. You know why? Because y'all don't have life insurance. You always got to scramble and have a family reunion at the funeral.
I know.
My nose. My nose. and my nose. All right. All right. So it says
gotta
that
collect the GoFundMe at the funeral.
you got we didn't even know GoFundMe because don't nobody know how to use technology to get the GoFundMe up.
So you just gotta drive by everybody's
You gotta
house.
drive by everybody's house. You gotta call and then drive by everybody's house in Western Union because they don't really have cash out.
Somebody said y'all saw Anton topics for the night. No.
No, I didn't even see his topics for the night.
We got literally came from the bar.
Is that his topics tonight? I ain't been on. I left my stuff up at in the room and I went back upstairs. Is this his topics for the night? Drop this link. Tell Anton to come on the show. Just that I know you be on Anton's show. Drop the links. Tell Anton to come on the show. Tell him to holler at the player. All right.
A little player.
Holler at the player.
A player.
A player. A player.
Oh, goodness. Look at his topic.
Oh, what's his topic? Let me see. I swear I didn't know.
He's not on yet, she said. But
yeah, I don't even know his topic. Really, I don't.
I don't watch it.
Dion don't watch it. She don't even subscribe to his channel. Let me see. Let me go to, bless you. I can't stand bless you. I can't stand dealing with broke people. She's nothing without you. Fast money. I don't see what's his topics tonight. Hold on, let me go to my subscriptions. Maybe it'll come up on my subscriptions. I see. Okay, are you saying why super successful black men prefer to date outside of their race?
Is that real hair or is that a unit?
I think that's a joke. Is that the one you're talking about?
He got on the unit.
I think that was a joke. Somebody was like, he's like, I'm gonna go get me. He was saying that he was gonna go get his hair done. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah. Okay. Nah, I hadn't looked at it till you just mentioned it. But shit, if we do, I understand why. Shit, once he hit 55, he ain't got no money. According to this, these are not my topics. These are not my
statistics.
Yeah, these ain't my stats. Just reporting what they say.
The streets
is talking. All right. It says white households are substantially likely to expect and receive inheritance than black households. Figure 3 shows in 2019, 17% of the white households expected to receive an inheritance to just 6% of the black. Hey, 6%, we're doing good. All right. These differing expectations of inheritance receipt comport the disparities in the actual occurrence and the magnitude of the intergenerational wealth transfers. 30% of the white households received an inheritance in 2019 at an average level of $195,000 compared to 10% of the black households with an average level of $100,000. Drop in the chat and tell me how much generational wealth is going to be transferred with the boomers. Tell me the range. I know the range. I've been reading this stuff. Tell me the range. I know you know this range. I talk about it all the time. If you're coming from Anton Daniel, he talks about it all the time too. What is the range? What is the range that the baby boomers have?
It's a whole lot of money.
It's a whole lot of money. It's a whole lot of money, and it's my.
Every time I get ready to go on screen, my nose is like, no.
So I'm gonna go ahead and tell you because I don't see nobody dropping it in the check. It's anywhere from 30 trillion to 100 trillion.
Trillions.
Look it up.
Trillions.
Right.
Is you gonna get some money from your mama now?
Are you gonna get some money from your mama and your daddy? Hopefully y'all got insurance policies.
Hopefully your mama got a policy underneath the mattress.
Yeah. Hopefully she paying Life of Georgia for her insurance policy that she been paying on all these years.
And not just to cover their funeral expenses.
Right. So the black
Let me tell you,
100,000.
I'll be sending that death certificate on right on to those credit people. Like she ain't here no more. Ain't
Right.
no such thing as them leaving you in debt. When they dead, the debt dead.
And this it says because inheritance are lightly taxed. This is why I talk about looking at estate building, private equity funds. This is why I talk about even we had the conversation about 1031 exchanges for your real estate. What does that look like? Like we gotta get in the game, right? I can't stress it enough about getting in the game, right? Some of y'all have term life insurance. Some of y'all have whole life insurance. Some of y'all don't have nothing. A reverse mortgage, there it is.
That's their retirement plan.
It'll take you out every time.
Every time, like you don't want to leave nobody.
She alright.
You don't want to send nobody nothing. That is. Oh, I know my cousin found out his grandfather had a reverse mortgage, and he was like, "Man, we ain't getting nothing. Nothing."
All right, and it says because inheritance is lightly taxed, inequalities in inheritance play a significant role in perpetuating a black white wealth gap that spans generations. So look at this. Look at this wealth gap. Expected inheritance for the whites and then expected inheritance for the blacks. Can y'all see this? Do y'all see this? I mean, you see this? Then received inheritance. Do y'all see this? Look at this number. Bless you. It ain't too much higher. Y'all see this? So basically, like they say, some people talk about it, every generation we start over. We keep starting over. That's why it was so important that I brought up Maynard Jackson and Marion Barry, even though the whole drug thing. But what I'm trying to showcase is stop starting over. Read a book. Look at look at look at look at how some things are already set up and look at the blueprint, make some adjustments to it, fine tune it, and then go back at it again. Add your flavor onto it. Stop starting over. You don't need to. Somebody already did part of the lead work. Now you just need to figure out how does that or how does what was founded or what was the actual plan working at that time, how can it work in this era and do I need to tweak it? And how do I need to tweak it? Who do I need to talk to? Stop starting over from scratch. That's why we got the community. You know what? People come in the community all the time and they was like, well, how can I want to go off and do this. I'm like, okay, well, I don't really know a lot about that, but I can point you to some people that know about that. But this is where I'm focused at. This is my thing. That's right. It should. All right. The black and white wealth gap intensifies the effects of the labor market disparities. Not gonna go into this whole thing. Let's get to numbers because I'm all about the numbers. All right. The rate of unemployment for blacks, whether measured by the traditional narrow meter of employment or the broader metric of unemployment, have consistently higher than unemployment among white individuals in every year since 1994. So no matter what president we had, since Freaknik, unemployment for blacks has been high. Don't care what president we had, right? We do better going back to Freaknik.
When Clinton was in.
Shot it, freaka, little son.
You had too many drinks.
Shot it, freaka, little. I'm just saying that was during that time. I didn't even finish that drink. I'm just saying. It's okay. Yeah, you can say that. It's okay to say freak a little something on the channel, do you? Yeah. You can say freak a little something on the channel. I should be able to say freak a little something as bad as they be talking about people on the channel with booty cat.
Out of my head.
Okay, back to what I was talking about. Figure 4 focuses on employment and underemployment rates beginning in 2019 through September 2020. At the onset of the at the onset of the P,
What's the P?
I'm thinking I said it earlier, but I don't think I'm supposed to be able to say the pandemic. I'm gonna say the on the onslaught on the pandemic. I can't say the word with the P. I don't think I can. I forget. Y'all drop in the comment. Which can I say the P pandemic? I know I can't say the C and the 19. I know it's certain words I can't say.
Oh, we do.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. God, I think I can say that. I don't know. But anyway,
What are we supposed to call it? Can't we just call it the Rona?
no, can't say that either. Thank you. Which I don't think you can say that either. So I just said the endemic.
That's why I've been calling it the panini. See? Call it the panini.
Anyway, unemployment and underemployment rates for blacks.
Panini.
I kept going. I'm over that. And white Americans more than doubled in March of 2020. Unemployment and underemployment peaked in April of 2020 for both groups, but these rates were significantly higher for Black Americans, right? And I think they got a whole thing right here. Look at that. From 2019 all the way here. Remember, we've been underemployed since then, since 1994, since Freaknik, before the Olympics of Atlanta.
I was a children. I was a child.
All right.
Oh shit.
I just want to point that out. D drop the link. Make sure people want to come up. We see some people dropped off. We had 20.
They went to go study.
They went to go study?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me keep going. Black households face higher rates of distress during uh the 19 lower levels of wealth prior to the 19, compounded by the continued labor markets disparities during the pandemic.
The panini.
The pandemic.
The panini.
I don't like that word. It sounds like food.
It is.
I know. Access to emergency savings and other assets are crucial for Black households to withstand the recession. Yet Black households have substantially less savings than white households. The average value of liquid assets among white households is $8,100, compared to our favorite thing, $1,500 for Black households. Black women, add your $100 in there, $1,600. Or we need your $100 for groceries. Furthermore, 72% of the white households say they could get $3,000 from their families or friends, compared to 41% of the Black households. All right. Then we're gonna start getting into ownership of houses. The home values a typical white family is $230,000 compared to $150,000 to Black households. Similarly, of the $30.8 trillion in total real estate assets reported in the second quarter of 2020, white household held 78% of bless you. She's going at it. It's 23.9% compared to 5% of the Black households, which is 1.6%. So that means y'all not buying real estate, huh? I'm assuming you are now, but it says from these statistics you weren't buying no real estate. From what Erica Williams said, y'all renters in Atlanta, and I believe it. I believe it. I believe y'all do a lot of renting.
Yeah, I read it. Oh, excuse me.
Right? Okay, here's the dismal part.
It gets worse.
It gets worse.
Oh Lord.
Figure 5 shows that the median value of retirement equity for households with a head of the household under the age of 35 in 2019 was $5,000 for Black Americans and 7,500 for white Americans. Although Black households tended to hold lower levels of retirement equity at this age, 14% of Black Americans under the age of 35 borrowed from a cashed out retirement savings compared to just 4% of the underage 35 white Americans, right? Let's jump down here where it starts talking about here. Yet only 10% of the white Americans over the age 55 borrowed from or cashed out their retirement savings compared to 22% of the Black Americans over the age of 55. And here's what that looks like. So here is on the left hand side on the x-axis, and not me on the y-axis. We got retirement equity on the x-axis. We got age, right? So we kind of meet it right here under 35. We kind of neck and neck, and then that just gets worse over time. It just gets worse over time. I mean, you grow from 35 to 54, and then from and over 55, but you really don't do a lot of growing. And then they also have a conclusion of this, and I won't read this, but Deacon drop this link. Oh, I'll drop it. You want to take a look at it and read this link. I have plenty more links like this. Next time we do binary hustlers, we're going to talk about Section 8. I'm going to talk about facts on Section 8. I'm going to let you read the facts for real on Section 8. Yeah.
Put yours on mute. I'm going back to the share screen.
You want me to drop out? Thing. Move the webpage.
Let me work this.
So Dee's back. You heard her sneezing in the background.
I look dusty.
You look dusty?
Yeah.
You a dust bucket?
No.
Oh, okay.
You look like I need a nap though. I'm not my lush, vivacious self. Amen.
So tell me what are y'all thoughts? Well, how do we solve this? I want to hear solutions. I don't want to hear who caused it. I don't want to hear who's the problem. I want to hear solutions. Cheers to solutions.
Don't spill that on me.
No, I'm not. There you go. Cheers to solutions. I want no solutions.
Might be this wine. You don't do that. The tannin.
What are some solutions that come to mind? And hey, feel free to come up. I want to see people's faces. Don't make me start singing Donny Hathaway.
Please don't.
I sing Donny Hathaway. I can also start singing. Oh boy, God has a funny way of showing you lessons. I can sing lessons.
Leave Eric Roberson.
All right. God has a funny
no.
way of showing you lessons. Go on to jump the chrome. We here. What we missing? What is it? What can we do to solve the problem? First off, I think we need to stop bickering on platforms. I don't think that's gotten anywhere personally. It hasn't come up with any solutions. It's just pointed out and highlighted generalizations of people. Not every man isn't the same. Every woman isn't the same, and the whole you should have came from a 2-parent household. That don't necessarily mean you was healthy. That don't mean that family was healthy, the parents were healthy. There's just so many factors, right? Even though the generalization says that if you come from a 2-parent household that you're better off. But I think there's still there's still a lot of issues that I have seen from people who do come from 2-parent households. And Dee was gonna say something.
Thank you. Also, when I see people debating and they bring up these old statistics from like the 80s and the 90s, and I think people just use those as sound bites. They don't bring up the research. They don't do anything by researching further besides like one article. So they go and they tap dance on these particular stats from the 80s, and it's no longer the 80s. Did the 80s affect what we're doing now? Absolutely. However, it's 2022, and you can do more. But I think that's the information age where people, because you can pull up something, you're just going to go on that first page of Google and just look up some surface stuff. Because you can pull up something. Hey, Linda. Go on that first page of Google and just look up.
Can you hear me?
Maybe Deanna got a volume.
Hey, Linda.
Hello. Hey. Can you hear me?
Maybe Deanna got a volume.
Oh, there you go, Linda. I can hear you now.
I'm on a delay. What should I do?
We hear you.
Oh, okay.
Turn us down, though.
I'm on a delay. What should I do?
It might be your internet. Are you on Chrome?
You know what? Let me get out of this one. There you go. Okay.
Oh,
there you go. All right.
What's going on, Miss Bell?
So I saw you had my chocolate martini over there.
Yes, right.
I'm like, all right, I gotta jump on because that was what I was trying to get at the gin joint, and they messed it up. And then you're gonna go flash it at me. I was like, you know what? That ain't right.
I do what I can, around here to keep the party going. I'm a party goer, I keep the party going.
Yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right.
With the chocolate swirls around the glass and
exactly. She got it exactly the way I wanted it. They messed that drink up every which way they could.
I feel you, Linda. So what we got to do, Linda? You saw this stat. We ain't bringing them but $100 to the table.
Listen, you asking for the problem to be solved. All I can do is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Okay.
I mean, Linda, you're a kept woman. You don't have to work or nothing. You're over there living the life of luxury.
Look, Linda's like, look at Linda. Linda's like, D.
You over there living the life of luxury.
Linda's like, D, I know you'll have some drinks.
Tell us what we have to do.
You can hang up on D if you want to. You just talk to me.
D, why are you doing me like that?
That's because she's been drinking this.
I ain't had red wine in decades.
I choose to work, D.
Huh?
I choose to work.
Like I said. I didn't tell no stories.
I didn't say that. I don't know what you chose.
She said, I choose to work.
But I understand why she chose to work.
I understand why she chose to work either.
So,
but it's a choice.
But let me ask you this, Linda. Were you bored not working? Because I was bored not working.
The question should be, have you never not worked?
I have not worked.
Yeah. Now, was that when you had your children, or what? Tell us, because you've been married a while.
Mm-hmm.
you know, and people,
Um,
I think people that haven't been married or new marriages or people that are doing like marriage counseling or telling people how to get married are super single, and I really don't think they know what it takes to sustain a marriage. They fantasize about what that should be and what that looks like, and that can be for them if that's something that you choose for your marriage, but every marriage is different.
mhm. Um, so we agreed. Actually, you know what? When I wasn't working, I was two things were happening. Once I went back to school full time when I transitioned from accounting to cybersecurity. So I did that fully with my husband's support because I was going to make more money when I went back to work. And second time I didn't work is we were moving. And so I took maybe a year off
Mm-hmm.
just to move and get settled and get the lay of the land. But um
And I can tell you from my experience, like when I chose not to work, it was, I mean, and then we didn't have kids, so I was bored. So I was like, I cleaned everything, I washed, I cooked. Now what I do next?
I was never bored though.
But also my ex husband was never in town either.
Oh, because I was a lady who lunched
I didn't have no friends.
and I played. There was book club, there was girls' weekends at the beach. There were things to do.
No,
My sister was a book club.
it wasn't nothing to do.
There was a lot to do.
No, so when I say it wasn't nothing to do, the women that I knew had kids and they went to play bingo.
Oh,
And they had the big markers and they would go play bingo.
no,
And
I didn't do bingo, but
yeah, they played bingo. Um, they slept all day.
oh no, mm-mm.
Yeah, and
No, there were things to do.
right. So my experience, military wise, as a military wife, was totally different. There wasn't nothing to do. Right. So for me, it was like, well, let me go to school, which I was already in school
Hmm.
anyway, and that gave me something to do. But not only did it give me something to do, I was going to go to school anyway.
Hmm.
So my interaction became my interaction at in college and meeting
Right.
people and whatever clubs they had at school and whatnot. Now, side note, I did get stalked in school. I did. I got stalked by the Asian Christians in
Mm.
college, and one day, one Saturday, I just they's like, hey, can we call you sometime and you can come hang out with us stuff. I said, yeah, just whatever, right? Just let me know and I'll come hang out, see what y'all talking about. It's Asian
Mhm.
Christians. This was in Hawaii.
She's so naive. She was like
I didn't
blind.
know. I didn't know. So they kept calling the phone back to back to back to back to back to back to back. They called like 30 times. And then they showed up at my place. We stayed in a condo. They showed up at my place. And the guy was like, the Asian Christians are out here to pick you up to take you to the place. And they was like, you gotta let us in.
The place.
Uh, Yeah, I don't know what place they was going. And I was like, whoa. I was like, why y'all keep calling me? It's like, we're here to pick you up so you can go to the place. And I was like, what place? I'm not going nowhere with y'all. I told you I see you on campus. I come do the little thank you with you, but I ain't going to the place. And the lady, she got mad. She was like, you said you was interested. I said, I'm just, trying to get my bearings here, but I ain't trying to join nothing or nothing like that. And so I saw her on campus, and I was like, "Yo, what was that?" She was like, "What was what?" And I was like, you came by my condo, but they wouldn't let him in because it was security.
Mm.
And she was like, I have no words for you. And I didn't hear from her no more.
Well, that's good.
I didn't hear from her no more. And then when I moved to Seattle, I had an incident with an Asian man. Not he said he told they pulled me out of class and asked why was I stalking him. And they were like, "Do you?"
They
Because they
reported
asked
you?
me, they said, "Do you know why you're here?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, "Because we have an incident of the guy saying that you have been stalking him, and you have been following him around campus, and you have been following him home." I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Who?" I was like, "Who said that?" And so they finally told me who said that, and he comes in the room, and he's very belligerent. He's very aggressive and so forth. And I was like, I don't know what he's saying, and I don't know what they talking
Did
about.
you know it?
No. So what ended up happening? What he said I was stalking him was I had a I had a classmate that was taking C plus plus programming, and I already had programming. And he asked me to go over a problem with him and try to help him solve it. So he was sitting right here just like we are, right? And I came in between both of them, and I put my arm on both of them and was like, "You do it like this." And so because I put my arm on him,
You violated his space.
I violated
You
his
violated
space.
his space.
And he told them that I was sexually harassing him.
But why would he say he was following him home?
And that
stuff?
I was following him around. It was a small campus. I mean, it wasn't but a square, so you gonna run into each other. So what ended up happening was I went to the library one day to talk to some of my friends who worked in the library, and he walked in, and he started going off
on you?
on me, and he ran towards me.
But you were already in the library.
I was already in the library, and he ran towards me to attack me. And the security guard jumped over the counter, and another white guy that was standing there grabbed him, and they wrestled him to the ground. And then they were like, "Go ahead and get out of here and leave. We're gonna call the police." And so when that happened, then the following week, he went and told and said that I was harassing him.
Oh, he
But
was
he was
trying
the
to
one that
hide
was
the
reacting
story.
like
Okay.
I was sexually harassing him or being aggressive towards him. So what happened to the guy? So they ended up suspending him for the next 2 quarters until I graduated. They wouldn't let him back on campus. They said if he comes back on campus, they were going to arrest him. I had to file a restraint against him. And then they said that if you ever see him out in public at anything, run.
That's crazy.
That was my college experience.
Excuse me.
That was my single wife. That was my wife experience.
Oh my gosh.
Run. Like who? Like just run. Just run.
Run.
Just run.
Just run. He crazy.
Cause he crazy. Cause he would do stuff like this. I would walk down the hallway and I would see him coming, and he would duck off into classrooms that were empty. And he would go in the classrooms and he would pick up stuff and he would throw it. And he was like, "You won't mess with me." And he would do stuff like that. And he would yell and he would get aggressive and he would throw stuff. He would throw stuff at me. He used to walk around like a janitor with keys. He would take his keys off and he would throw them at me. So that's why I went, so that's why I went when people be talking about, oh, you know, get to your money or what. I'm like, y'all, what y'all be talking about that go over my head. I'm like, give me my money.
My goodness.
Don't rub me, Dick. Don't rub
That
me.
is some craziness.
That's
I
some
learn something
craziness.
new every day.
That's a craziness.
I learned something new.
Yep.
I know when I was dating my ex, I I was a senior in college. So I was working like a mid-grade slave. I had full load.
What is a mid-grade slave?
One that be out in the field and in the house. I be in the house sometimes, part time on the weekends. I be in the house part time on the weekends in the kitchen making biscuits. Like I was carrying a full load. I had an internship and I worked like Thursday through Sunday, tending bar. And so, you know, when I graduated, I had saved enough money for me to take some time on because that senior year it was a lot. I was doing way too much. Like you're on fumes. And so I remember him, you know, commenting like, when you going back to work? At that time he had his own place, I had my own place, and he was like, well, when you going back to work? And you know, I was real bad back then. My mouth was treacherous. I was like, do I ask you for any money? And he was like, point. Point. And he left me alone about that. And when we moved in together, you know, it was one of those situations where you don't want to live in their house and you don't want them in your house. You get something together. So you will, you know, preparing for marriage, that was my stipulation. Like, hey, when we talk about intentions, like, hey, you got 2 years, buddy. Like, I give you 2 years, but if we're going to do this, I need to, you know, let's get us a bank account, because if we want to buy a home at the end of this or whatever, this is what they're going to need to see. And if we do this and that and that, and, you know, those things were set up. But if it was one of those things as well, as I worked, but if I wanted to quit my job, it wasn't any pressure, you know, after that. It wasn't like, you know, like they doing it. He'd be like, you know, quit that job. Like, you don't have to work at that job. And I would get something else. And then I would work on my own business. So it wasn't anything where it was something I had to go to work every day. I chose to work on my own business. And, you know, that's what I was afforded to do. Besides our, you know, financial obligations for the house.
Now, Linda, you don't have to answer this. I'm gonna give you my perspective, right? If I had a daughter, would you be telling? If I had a 22-year-old, let me say this: if I had a 22-year-old, would you tell that 22-year-old to date a man that's 45?
Would I tell her? Would I be agreeable? Not so, you know, I have a daughter.
I do.
No, it would be a discussion.
What would that discussion be? Like,
I mean, I would need her to like make some points.
I mean, but you know, I could say some things, but I'm gonna keep it PG. But I mean, what if she not caring about what you talking about?
Ooh,
like,
that would
I
be
love
hard.
him and he take care of me and we are in the love and you know we gonna get married. I love him.
Let the face like, you don't let me stab you. Linda, I'm with you. And
because I mean, what I'm still trying to figure out, Linda, what points would she have to make for you to be like, I'm okay?
I'm not worried about what points she would have to make. I'm just gonna give it to you from my perspective. And
we ain't heard Linda's.
No. A lot of people may get mad. At 22, dating a 45-year-old man was disgusting for me. I'm just gonna keep it.
At 22, that was my daddy's age. My daddy is 20 years older than I.
I'm just gonna keep it 1,000.
That would be hard. That would be really hard.
My daddy is exactly 20 years older than me.
I'll keep it 100. That would be hard to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know about everybody else. I can't talk about everybody else. I'm just telling you, from a woman who was 22 years old to date a man that was 45 was disgusting.
Let my daughter come in the house with Jerome. Me and Jerome gonna have a conversation. Jerome, let me holler at you. I'm gonna pour Jerome a glass of Hennessy.
Well, I think the issue it would
and
be,
me and Jerome is gonna have a conversation.
it would be her father.
Well, right now, the daddy ain't made it to the house yet. Because she already know he was on vacation or he went fishing and she just happened to stop by with me. I don't know what her daddy would do because I don't know where he at right now. However, if Jerome stopped by my place, I would make Jerome a glass of Hennessy and tell him why he bet not come back. Sniffing around here at all, and I would usher Jerome to the door.
And
then I would have her daddy after I told on her, because I'm gonna be like, you're gonna have to tell him, or I'm gonna tell him. And then if she don't tell him, I'm just gonna call him because I'm paid.
Well, I mean, at that point though, would she just pop up and you hadn't heard of Jerome before?
Yeah. I mean, or
would she just pop up saying that she was gonna marry? I mean, wouldn't we have some knowledge of Jerome?
No, it depends on the
child. It depends, because she'd be like, I don't want nobody to tell me about Jerome. And I think you and your husband met in college, right?
No, he's a little older than I am.
Is he Jerome?
No, not that much.
Look. You see how bad it is? He's so petty. Oh, he's so petty.
It's binary husband.
No, he's not Jerome.
But the way Linda said it, he is a little older than I.
He's a little bit older than I.
But no, but again, I go back to when I was 22, and I, even a guy coming up to me talking about he was 35, I was like, you too old for me.
But you know what? I was 19, and I had a roommate. We rented a house, and my roommate, she was a little older than I, but we went to church together, so she was like my big sister. And I was getting ready to go to college, so she's like, "Come." Her mom had just passed, and she was like, "Come move in with me. You can save some money." Blah blah blah. And I met this guy, and he was an Asian guy, actually. And he looked about my age when I met him. I don't recall where I met him at, but he wanted to hang out with me. And I was like, well, I have to go to work. And he was like, don't worry about it. He was like, call off. I'll pay for your day off. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I never had that before. So I took off of work, and we hung out, and we watched the game, and we went to an Asian restaurant to eat, which was hilarious. And he was just like, we were sitting at the table and we were talking, and come to find out he had been married before and had a kid, and his ex-wife was black and something. And I just was like, well, how
he had a type.
And he was like, I'm 30. And I was like, you too old for me. Like, I'm not ready for this life. Like, this life I'm not ready for. Like, I'm just 19. And I know I got it together, but you're too old for me. Like, my mom was in her 30s, I think, in her late 30s. Like, you're not in my bracket. Like, thank you, but no thank you, because that was too old. And I ended up getting a boyfriend that was like 25, and that's my 7-year gap.
But you know what? So I have adult kids, and I will tell you though, some things you just have to let play out, and you can't really. I've lived long enough to know that these things will play themselves out. So you really don't want to alienate the kids,
right?
So it'll play out. So you just
and my mama from the old school, one shit playing out. One shit playing out. Like,
so
like,
you don't want to the last thing you want, so if you like go against Jerome too hard, then they'll be like, oh, it's gonna be us against the world.
That's what I was thinking.
Then they got a common enemy.
I'll be like, I don't care what you
do. No. You gotta be strategic about this. It's a long game.
Well, I'm an adult kid. And no. I would still tell, I don't care what you do with Jerome.
No, D, I'm gonna need you to go read The Art of War.
Yeah, I got The Art of War.
Okay, go read it.
But you know what? I also don't have any children.
Huh?
I also don't have any children
Right.
But
because
out
they
of
would
that,
get art of war in the throat. Because I come from the school of do as I say, not as I do.
but look,
No.
but I'm just going based on I totally understand what you're saying. I mean, I was a child. I mean, I'm still my mama's child, right? But I personally, when I hear these things about women marrying up and looking for a man who's you're 22 and you're marrying a man that's 45, I personally, at my age, at 22, it was totally disgusting for me.
So is this girl educated?
Is you say it's this girl what now?
Is she educated? Does she have a degree?
Does it matter?
Did she go to school?
Does it matter?
It does.
Why? I mean, white women go to college and go get a degree and still go get a husband and never work a day in their life.
But they might have to after he drop her for the executive assistant.
Okay, so then that brings up another conversation, right? So the other conversation, that people don't have is it's getting dropped. That's the
So
other.
the reason I
other
asked
part of the
that
conversation.
is because
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what they tell me. Let me tell you what the kids tell me because you know I'm from I'm from
I'm
the
not that old.
I'm from the late 1900s, like they say. You from the
Okay.
old school. I'm an auntie. And they, I am somebody's auntie.
You are.
However, what they say is don't put out there what happened to you because that don't necessarily mean it's gonna happen to them. And my pushback is regardless of what's gonna happen to who or what, just make sure that you yourself, man or woman, you have yourself covered in anything that you decide to do or we, and I say we as a couple, decide to do, right? Because when it comes down to it, anything can happen. You can meet a man and y'all could be married, and I'm gonna give you my story. Married in July, flew out to Hawaii. Um, 3 days after I flew out to Hawaii, he fell off a building 33 and a half feet, cracked his L4, L5 vertebrae.
Mm-hmm.
The people that saw him fall came and told me he was dead. So here I am in Hawaii,
New bride,
new bride,
new life,
no place to live, hadn't found an apartment, trying to figure out the world. Mm-hmm. What I'm simply saying is this: when it comes to anybody, man or woman, make sure you have enough to cover yourself and possibly your spouse if you need to. Mm-hmm. Because you never know what can happen in life. I know plenty of brides who get married and their husbands die overnight, cardiac arrest. A wife get married, she has a baby, she dies while trying to have the baby. Mm-hmm. She dies some days later after having the baby. You just don't know what life is going to bring you. And so and this is my own personal thoughts, before you go run off and get married, before you go run off and do happily ever after, make sure you can sustain yourself individually. Mm-hmm. When you get together, make sure y'all are on one accord of what those finances look like, because that's super important.
Yeah. So I'm also from the 1900s. And so I married really young. Mm-hmm. And I had my children.
When you say really young, before 25?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I had my children young.
Okay.
And so I was always trying to go to school part-time and work full-time with little kids. Mm-hmm. And so I hated that. And I always wanted different for my kids. So I always raised them with the expectation, told them from go, hey, you're gonna figure out what you're gonna do. I don't care if it's a trade. I don't care if you want to go to college. I really expect you to go to college though, but if that ain't for you, you're gonna get some. We're gonna do something where you can get some paper. Do something.
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 But
Right.
before you leave this household, you're gonna be able to take care of yourself.
Right.
And you can't leave here until I know you have a profession.
Yeah.
Because too many kids, like I had cousins and stuff, and it was like, you're 18, you grown,
You get out.
and that's a that's not right.
Right.
So we were very blessed that both of our kids were very good students, and they both went to the University of Florida, both graduated. My daughter went on straight to grad school. So she went straight through. So I never had to worry about her. And I always told her, look, if you just do this for me, do this for your mama. I said, you don't want to be after trying to figure out how to do after school stuff with kids, trying to do grad school at night, trying to work full time.
I just want
You're
black women
young.
to have some
I'm
money
like,
in
if
their
you
pocket.
want to, I know you want a graduate degree, go straight through. I've been there, done that.
While we're here to support you,
just do it. You can live at home. You can, we're still paying your insurance. We still paying, some of your stuff.
You're doing what everybody else do. Supporting the kids until they get to that point.
And she was like, okay. And so she did it. She went straight through. She got a master's in public health. And so I'm like, when you decide to do, when you get married, have kids or whatever, you can dedicate your time to, being a soccer mom or whatever. And, work. You won't be trying to, juggle all those balls at one time because that's hard.
Yeah.
And some people need it for motivation.
And then my son decided he did a gap year before the gap year was popular in my opinion. So he graduated from UF and then was like, I want to go to Peace Corps. So he went to Peace Corps. So he went to West Africa for almost 3 years and roamed around the bush.
Roaming the house.
Roaming around the bush.
And we went over, we visited him and stuff, and he speaks fluent French. And so it was a great visit. We went to Paris, and Paris is awesome with somebody who can speak French.
It is.
It
is.
It's awesome.
We went to Paris.
And I had like 10 phrases that I could start with. And then, it's awesome to let somebody just take over. But yeah, so I didn't really have to worry about, nobody marrying nobody 45 and, doing all that.
Right.
Right.
But they because they have the support. So I don't think it's about education per se. I think it's about the type of support that you have at home. Because there could be a woman out there that didn't have the resources that your daughter had, and mom wasn't supportive, and that survival kicks in, and this person, and she didn't have a dad, or she had a dad and he's in and out. He's not a full-time dad.
Yeah.
And Jerome can come by and be giving her what she needs, and she like,
listen, Jerome is the answer for some people.
Yeah.
Until he's not.
until he's not.
Until he's not. Like I say, when I go back to this and I look at this again, I have an age limit for myself. I don't date 60-year-old men. That's not my thing for me.
Mhm.
My personal thing.
Mhm.
I don't know, D, you dating 60?
No, I've been out with 60, but I'm not avidly dating 60.
Okay.
I didn't know they were 60.
I was gonna say, I bet you didn't know they was 60 though.
I
They
didn't know
probably
they were
didn't.
60 when
Right.
we hung out. But
You found out later.
and I've had 60-year-olds like me, but my
Mhm.
cutoff is like, if you're older than my daddy, I can't do nothing with you.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
it's cute. I'll go drinking drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And we
Yeah,
can go cut a rug or something, but it's
And
not gonna be serious.
I've had 70-year-olds and 75-year-olds come on to me, and I'm just like, no. Like literally, like I'll be your husband until you find a husband situation. Yeah, I'll be your husband until you find a husband.
Mm.
You just need me in your life until then. Avid.
A little holding place, huh?
Yeah. And I'm not. No, I'm good. Sorry, I'm okay. You just what you just had a stroke. No, I'm sorry.
Well, what we gonna do about this little $101?
This $100. That's so I'm asking Linda, what we gonna do about
What we
that?
gonna do about
I'm
that?
trying to get people to 200,000. I
Mhm.
come on this live. I tell people how to make the money. I talk about cybersecurity. I talk about DevSecOps. I talk about
Mhm.
cloud security, blockchain, NFTs, and everything. And when I talk about 200,000, when I go on other platforms, people laugh at me, and I was like, "Y'all laughing?"
Really?
Yeah, people laugh.
It's some money in these streets. They better go get it.
So, Linda, I think the better question is, because a lot of people already have careers, right? They've
Mhm.
been working in a certain industry for years,
Mhm.
and they think of tech as like this new frontier, and they have
Mhm.
to be super technical in it,
Nope.
and they have to know everything before they make their move,
Nope.
and they are about to just like chuck it all to start at the bottom and then grind
Nope.
their way up. I think a big thing that you said was, I was in accounting and
I was an
decided I
accountant.
wanted to be in cybersecurity. So
Mhm.
can you share a little bit about that and what you do? Because I know you got a CISSP, and
Mhm.
that was maybe within the last year or two since we was down here.
I think I got it
3 years ago.
3 years ago. Yeah.
Right. And that's when we met you, when you were going through that
Mhm.
journey and you had been in cybersecurity already. So
Yep.
can you share a little bit about that journey for people that are already, having a career and looking to move into tech, and how they can do that without putting all this mental pressure on themselves?
You don't have to. I think everybody has transferable skills, and
Mhm.
my personal mission is to help. Really personally, I want to help women and girls, but I help men too. I have men that reach out to me on LinkedIn all the time too. But I want to help people find their fit in technology. Technology has space for everybody. Um, you don't. Everybody don't. You don't have to code. Everybody does not have to be a programmer. Technology companies hire all types of people. All type of people. Um, you can do analytics. You
You can even be an
can
accountant.
you can be an accountant even. You can do it's all kind of jobs. Just go look at the career portal at technology companies as you transition into the company. Just get into the door, and once you get in there and network, meet people, take advantage of what's available there to learn, have a growth mindset, always be learning, then you can make your way.
So is that what you did? Were you already in a company and moved to cybersecurity from within that particular company?
Actually, no. I think as an accountant, I'm a box checker.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did it the hard way.
Mm.
And that's why I want to help people, because you don't have to do it that way.
Mm. And can you
I
explain what the hard way is? Because
the
I think a
hard
lot of people
way
are doing it the hard way.
the hard way is thinking that you have to. So I'm like, okay, well, let me go get this Bachelor of Science in IT degree. Okay, so now I need all these certifications. Okay, so now I need to go get all of this so I did all this volunteering. Let me go check all these boxes and
Mhm.
get all this
Just
experience.
perfectionist.
Just perfection. I'm gonna check all these boxes, because you know what? You're not gonna be able to say no to me, because I'm checking. All my boxes are checked.
Right.
You're not gonna be. I'm gonna kick that door open, because you're not gonna be able to say I don't have it.
Most women.
Right? Black
Yeah.
women.
Most women.
Right?
Yeah.
And the reason I was that way is because as a Black woman, um, I lost out in accounting, um, from management positions, because I didn't have a CPA.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went back to school, to work on my IT degree, and I put in for my tuition reimbursement, do you know the VP of account of the VP kicked back the tuition reimbursement
Mm.
and said that perhaps I should be getting an MBA or a master's in accounting and work on something in the field that I worked in.
Mm.
Did you fight that?
I did.
I know you did.
I wrote a white paper on how technology is involved in every bit of accounting.
Mm. Read this.
And then they had to approve it. I'm like, you're crazy. What do you mean?
You about to give me this money.
We use technology
In everything.
in everything we do.
So given that experience, now my question is, and I know what you said before, you told us the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you've been in it and you've learned what you learned, what way would you have gone if you would have done it an easier way?
Okay, so all right, so I worked in energy accounting, and so I settled on derivative trades. And so I worked with a lot of data analytics. So
Mm.
I could have come over in business informatics.
Mm.
I could have come over, I could have done anything.
But let's back up. You could have,
I
but you
could have,
didn't
but I
because
didn't.
you didn't have the exposure to
Mhm,
know that those lanes exist.
mhm.
And I actually had a debate about this. And my debate was, we're asking people to get into tech, but we're not telling them what the opportunities are in tech
Mhm.
from a perspective of, hey, I know you want to get into tech, and I told people, like, this is how women in Linux got started. I got tired of hearing about you can get into tech if you just code. I'm like, well, you can get into tech if you know VMware. You can get into tech if you know cloud. You can get into tech if you know Ansible or Bash or Linux.
Mhm.
You can get into tech from those perspectives. So why is Why we only talk about coding? And then, and this is my thing. When it comes to us, brown skin folks, only thing we know is coding.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm sitting down, this just happened at the bar. I'm sitting down, the guy was like, "You going on a live?" He's like, "Because I see you got your ring light. Are you going up there to talk about that old operating system, Linux? Where does anybody still use that?" We were like,
Yeah.
"You out of touch."
Your phone is using it.
Your watch using it.
Everything uses it.
Everything uses
This
it.
cash register is using it.
This POS system.
But also, I think, well, you said I wanted to get in cybersecurity. So I think also
Actually,
sometimes,
yeah, you know what happened? I was in DC, and I I went to a Women Who Code meetup
uh-huh.
down in Foggy Bottom, and I met a lady who said, "You know what? You ought to look into cybersecurity. Check out this group." And I went to a Capture the Flag meetup
Mm-hmm.
and loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And we were doing Kali Linux,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and I loved it. And
Mm-hmm.
then that's when I decided.
Right. You want to drink?
Sure. You want to come say hi? You wanna
Did
come
she
say
make
hi?
it right?
So
This is the manager
this
that
is
set us up.
Hi.
They set us up. We at the hotel.
Hi.
She come to check, see if we need. Can I get drinks and water?
I just want to pair. I don't want another ear. No.
Mm-hmm. And some water.
But also, I think that, like you said,
Appreciate
you said, this is cybersecurity. I want to be in that. And
Mhm.
sometimes when we latch on to something, we put our blinders on, and we're not interested in anything else or learning that.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, when we did our maybe our first, or I think it was our second Women in Linux
Hold
Summit.
on before you go, Linda. How did you find us?
Mm-hmm.
I know, right? I know, right?
Wait, let me think. Wait. How did I find y'all?
You just been involved with us for so long. You just like this. Just what we do.
Dang.
Was it through
Tim.
another organization? Because I know you were doing cyber jiu-jitsu.
Women, it was Women's Society of Cyber Jutsu.
Did
No,
you meet
I
Tam in
found
DC?
you Blacks in Technology
Oh,
Big.
okay. Okay.
on the Slack.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Blacks in Technology.
But I know you did and it's posted on YouTube. Your talk was about failing fast.
Yes.
And can you speak a little bit about failing fast? Because I think here in our group we get paralysis of analysis, especially as women. And we got men in our group, but I'm speaking more to the women. Like you said, we check those boxes, and especially as Black women, we don't want any reason for you to tell us no. We're going
Exactly.
to go get it. And we did it as an organization. We had t-shirts, cards, a website. We were all buttoned up because we wanted to present our best selves into the world.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's these barriers that people don't think we have, but we know that they're there.
Mm-hmm.
And so we present our best selves. So can you speak a little bit to us about the concept of failing fast?
Failing fast is an agile principle that says once you realize that something isn't working, you need to iterate and go try something different.
Mm-hmm.
Don't keep doing something that is not working. Don't think, oh, well, I've got so much money put into this. I got so much time put into this. Let me just keep doing it because, oh, no, stop it. Reiterate. Go do something different. It's not working.
Right. And it's okay to do that.
stop.
It's
Reiterate.
insanity. It's not like you're paying like
It's okay.
for a 4-year degree.
Right. Yeah. So, it's just so like in technology, the waterfall method of development, old school was, we would create software and we wouldn't even really we would create it and we wouldn't even get to a working concept to the end, right? So the agile method is we're constantly building something and testing a little bit at a time, and we realize pretty fast, what's working, what's not working, and we go back to the drawing board pretty quickly,
Right.
each sprint. And if it's not working, we throw it away and start over.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
So
Scrap it.
yeah, we'll scrap it in a minute if it's
But that
not
also
working.
comes from understanding how to communicate, understanding how to um, talk about solutions as well too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I I try that. That's why I always make the approach. Okay, we got $101. Y'all got $1,500. What's the solution? How do we get there? And I don't think it's just one plan to get there. When we have these discussions, uh, people try to treat Black people like they're monolithic, and we're not.
We're not.
We're not monolithic.
No.
We have different backgrounds. We have different experiences.
Mhm.
We have different things that mean that are important to us. They're things that we want to maintain, and people try to treat in these conversations of generalizations. They try
Mhm.
to treat us as a monolithic. Like when I get into conversations with people, I talk about, hey, the experience that I have. The experience that I have when it comes to dating, and what I have seen is white men tend to date bartenders and waitresses, and they marry them, and they end up. He's a millionaire. He marries her. They go off and they live their happy life. She develops over time. She forms these things of who she is or what she wants to be over time. She's not put together. She doesn't come with this. She doesn't come with X, Y, and Z. When I'm listening to conversations, and also they may pay $10,000 to go meet this woman or a group of women or what have you
Mhm.
Through a matchmaking service.
through a matchmaking
Yeah.
service. And then when I'm listening to stuff when it comes to us, Black men and Black women specifically, and I'm not talking about Latina or I identify as Black.
It's those
Well,
boxes again. Like you got to check all these boxes before you come over here. You be
Right.
like,
Mhm.
I ain't even got a half a box.
Right. I hear she got to be feminine, fit, and submissive, and then I go look at this waitress who barely got teeth, or I go look at this waitress who got kids, or I go look at this bartender who got X, Y, and Z, and I just be like, where's all this coming from? Because that's not what I see. Again,
You know what?
people.
I was looking at and I can't think of the host of it, but Terry Ijeoma is on this YouTube
Ayo.
show, The Single House,
Single house.
with
Mm-mm.
Anthony
You talking about Ayo?
yeah, Anthony, what's his face, that
Mm-hmm.
doing The Single House.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the first episode of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the guys was talking about, because she was like, why is it that when y'all get a little bit of money, y'all will go with these girls that y'all wouldn't have looked at before? Like, what
Mm-hmm.
is that?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy said, well, what if she make me feel like a king?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me I'm a king.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh. So that little
Mm-hmm.
waitress
Yeah.
with without, is, I think that I was like, okay. And that came out real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, bam, okay. It's in how she makes him feel.
But then and then it's also, and Zephyr, you can jump in anytime. We would love to see you. You know, you only got 5 minutes, but also we had this conversation today in regards to there was an article Tam found where she was on something. She saw something where this man was telling his subscribers how he got finessed out of $2 million from this lady in the Dominican Republic,
Ooh,
and
she got
he was,
game.
Yeah.
he was the king.
Oh, don't forget
She
my
made
wine.
she gave him all the feels and thrills
Yep.
until he was broke.
Mm-hmm.
And $2 million is a lot of money in the
2.3.
DR.
Yeah, but
A lot of money right here.
I think what's missing is black women don't get treated with that same grace. Like we don't you could do all of that and they'll still say they'll keep moving the goalposts and they'll still say you're not pretty enough, you have too much weight or whatever, or your hair is too kinky, or I don't know, like your eye color is too brown. Like it'll always be something with
Yeah.
black women. And then they'll they'll look at other races and then make up that fake excuse that, oh, she says I'm a king. How many times do black women get everywhere and call black men kings and still get treated like garbage? Like we're still being murdered every 5.5 hours and that's not acknowledged. And on top of that, like to the wealth point, we're still paid somewhat of the lowest wages in spite of doing twice the work. And then you have the stress and the health issues. And what I was saying in my comments was um, the bad habits are that other races tend to pass things down or have more foresight. Like they'll save for grandchildren. They'll start um, arranging their wills and everything so that
Mm-hmm.
the state doesn't get their property. Whereas culturally in black families, they see a little bit of money when their grandmothers die and it's like, oh, let's hurry up and sell the house, when maybe you should sit on the house and try to
Mm-hmm.
keep it for a little bit longer and see what happens. Or maybe instead of paying rent, you fix up the house and let it appreciate over time in the neighborhood. And all of those little factors kind of add up over time. And also we don't always have access to investment knowledge, so we don't always get that early start investing. You know, you mentioned the lash business. How many of those people with the lash business are investing in stocks and bonds right now?
Or investing in distribution of the lashes, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
all of that. So we don't,
Mm-hmm.
by the time we catch on, it's a little bit,
But we
it's
can,
not that it's too
but we
late.
have information now that we can catch on with that, right?
Right.
Oh,
We
So
yeah.
have the web. We have the web, but it's always one of those things where, and there's nothing wrong with white labeling something. You know, everybody has the plug. You know, you got your hair plug, you got the lash plug, and all that other type of stuff. And for a long time, people were doing the sourcing for hair and going over to India and going over to China and things like that. But in, you know, being the distributor, but still you have to depend on someone else, because at the end of the day, when the panini hit and shipping halted, it was just like, for me, I always saw the benefit of getting things made in the USA. It may be a little bit more expensive, but that
Mm-hmm.
supply chain gap of not having that
Mm-hmm.
is really important. Even when I
Mm-hmm.
source our Women in Linux merchandise, all of our products come from the US.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's important. It's like, for me, like shopping local. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't want to say that there is no excuse for people not to know, but sometimes people need direction on where to go. And I think that's why there's so many so-called gurus getting paid, because they are basically selling a system, because a lot of people don't know where to start or how to filter out that information.
Right.
You know, filter out the information. I know for us, when we do our one-on-ones, and this is information that we give in the meetups, is that when you're looking at tech and transferring your skills, like you said, Linda, it is find a couple of jobs that are similar to what you're doing. if you are in health, put in healthcare IT or
Mhm.
health IT. If you are in the beauty industry, put in beauty IT.
Mhm.
You know, those type of things to see what's
know
coming up. She's dirty, ain't she, Linda? Dirty. So to
Yeah.
see, to fill in that gap for yourself, because I think we make it so hard for ourselves. You know,
You do. Mhm.
we make it so hard. Like it's now it's another, big hurdle we have to cross. Stop diminishing yourself.
Mhm.
Like the cosmetology, the beauty industry has tech.
And so another thing I encourage people to do is don't count yourself out. Don't make the decision that you're not qualified, because I hear people do that all the time. Let the hiring manager make that decision. You never know. Try.
Right.
Yo, you got a good point there. I'm guilty of that sometimes.
Yeah,
So yeah.
don't do that to yourself.
But Linda, you know my motto. You know I be telling people that all the time. The
Yeah,
only thing they can say to you is no. Like
right.
stop. Don't. Why would you reject yourself for a job you want to try to get? Like put it
Exactly.
in perspective. I'm gonna reject myself from a job that I want to try to get.
That I
I'm
right.
gonna reject myself before you reject me.
You
Before
can't beat
you-
the rejection.
Right. And so when you look at a job description, what I've learned is that, a lot of times they'll have required skills, and then they'll have preferred.
Mm-hmm.
So look at those required skills,
Yep.
hit some of those,
Yep.
and try and apply.
And apply.
That's a wish list.
Linda, you
That's
already
the
know.
that's like, oh well, we wish we had that. That's if they had the perfect.
It's
Listen,
icing
that
on their
person
cake.
does not exist.
It's icing. They're just throwing
That's
out
like,
their
if
coal.
we could,
This is what we would
this
like.
is what we would have. That, trust me, that person does not exist.
Yeah.
Apply for the job.
Period. Because even on my job, and we've been having this discussion. Like me and my colleague has figured out, like, this one guy is a perfectionist, and he is his own bottleneck because he is always busy. And we figured out why he was a perfectionist, because he called us after hours last week, and he was trying to get something done. And I was like, well, I'm locked out of that particular system. I can only do the first part of that. The other person was at the vet with her dog or cat or something like that. And she was like, the next team is coming on in a couple of hours. You can get it done, like, or they can do it in the morning. Like, it's after 5:00. It's the bank. They can wait till tomorrow or in a couple of hours. She ended up hanging up the phone. I was on the phone with him for almost an hour for him trying to do that. And then there's been situations where she's asked for some support on trying to work out a problem. He's given her the answers on how to do that. Well, the steps to go and solve that problem. Then goes behind her and does the exact same thing that he told her to do.
Mm.
And so, I say that to say that everybody got something going on. And in positions, you are learning things every day.
Mm.
My team lead is always, like, I just had my performance review, and he always asks me, am I independent? Am I 100% independent?
Did you tell him you black? You's a black independent woman. You don't need no man.
I didn't tell him that. I need my man.
Did you tell him you was a black independent woman? You don't need
This
no
is
man.
this is what I told him on my brief 2-minute performance review. Is that I told him, and he asked me, because me and my teammate, we're like buddies. We're both on the US end, and we a lot of our team is over on the other side.
You from the Beehive?
No. No. So I let him know that I can work independently, my colleague was out of the office. I said, she's out of the office today. I can work independently. I have no problem. I said, but this role is not 100% independent.
Mm-hmm.
I said, as a team, there are tickets, there are situations that come in every day that no one's seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And so as a team, we work on those together. Like, because I want to get it through his head is that no one is an island here.
Right.
It takes a team effort.
Right.
And if somebody doesn't, and the first thing I ask somebody is, are you familiar with this? They're like, oh, I've never seen this before. And then we troubleshoot it. That's the purpose of the team.
Right.
Because if we could do it by ourselves, we'll each be our own department.
Right.
Like, stop saying that. What you trying to get me to do? Now, you're about to have a 20-minute conversation with me about this man because he always busy. From what I understand, we pick our own poison. You see some stuff come up, you assign yourself to it. Now, what he doing, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope he's not saying he helping me because he is not in my triage list. He is not my first, my second, or my third person I call.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. Because I know he don't respond. And I am looking at how many times he's in an email. He busy.
Oh, I got a different question.
What's your business?
This I want people to drop in the chat. How much do you think you're worth if you go apply for a new job? What is your worth? What do you think you're worth? I just want to know, what do you think you're worth? Any job that you're going to apply for, what do you think your worth is? Think about it. Because that's what they're going to ask you.
Well, I want to know, what is your budget for the position?
I'm going to tell you like they say to me, it's open.
Blink, Linda. Blink. Blink over there, Linda.
That's what they say to me.
That's how you know she went over there with the numbers. It's a budget.
No,
They say, I'm telling you what they tell me.
Listen,
It's open.
I come from the world of accounting. We do not have open budgets.
What
is your budget,
you,
sir?
They tell me,
ma'am,
it's open.
I need to know. There's a range.
Nope, they don't.
Till you tell them what you open to get, and they be like, that's too much.
There's a range.
Yeah,
they say it's
we
open.
budget for these things. What is your budget?
But regardless of what they saying, what do you say you're worth?
Well,
regardless of what they saying,
I need a comprehensive compensation package.
That's fine.
I want to discuss base pay. I want to discuss RSUs.
Put it in the chat, Linda. You ain't got to tell us.
You know what? I can't. I had to get out because I had an echo.
Oh, you still got YouTube up, right? You can just mute.
No, I had to close it.
Oh, okay. You needed to mute YouTube. That's what happened.
I want to see what people thinking they are. So far, we got Sasha at 250K. So everybody else is zero.
Let me tell you, I'm worth not working. I'm worth getting checks in the mail and be on tour, like I said in the beginning.
So all the other black women in here and black men is $1,500 and $100.
No, I'm gonna say about 250, and then I'm gonna need some equity.
Okay, that's fine. You doing total comp? So you should include that as total comp.
300.
Okay, that's fine. But everybody else, so the black men in here is $115.50 is what we got, and $100 for black women.
Oh. Well.
I just want to keep it on point. I just want to keep it on task because that's the discussion. That's where this came from. Right. And it comes from the fact of, how do we start to value ourselves before we get in the interview? That's the question.
You know what? I don't know, because my husband called me the Grand Bacillus. I don't think I had no problems with value.
I get that.
So
okay.
But I think it comes with confidence. It also comes with knowledge. And I think we do lack confidence. And I
Big
think
time.
but also I think we
And let me clarify, when she say lack confidence, it's not just black women, it's black women
I
and
mean,
men that lack confidence.
it's also one of those things where, how can I put this? Is that when you go in, you're not really understanding, like, an interview is a mutual meeting.
You
It's,
interviewing
it's,
each
it's,
other.
it's a mutual agreement. Like, they're not only interviewing you, you're interviewing them. You're going to be spending most of your time, energy, and effort there. So it is an exchange because they want your resources.
So my sister-in-law's daughter
Mm-hmm.
had an interview with one of the big four
Mm-hmm.
and got an offer.
Mm-hmm.
And so my sister-in-law called me and was like, "Hey, can you talk to her about negotiating?" I said, "Sure." So she was scared. I'm like, "Okay, don't be scared.
And what was she scared of?
Just ask the
The
negotiate
ask,
the back and forth,
like, do I really
the
have the
ask,
voice to ask?
Mm-hmm.
the counter."
The counter.
Yes.
So they made the offer,
Mm-hmm.
and she got I think like 5 days to think about it or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. So I'm like, okay, I need you to go read Feminist Fight Club
Mm-hmm.
and read the chapter on negotiating salary. I need you to go pull Women Don't Ask.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to read the chapter on negotiating salary and then come back and talk to me. And we're going to do some role playing. And I'm going to counter you and push back on you. And I need you to come back at me. We're going to practice.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I got her to do is break down whatever the difference was that they were apart. I said, break that down by how many weeks it is in a year
Mm-hmm.
and say, hey, are we gonna let like however much that month that is stop us from, making this deal,
Mm-hmm.
making this a win for you and a win for me? Because I want to work for you. You made me the offer. You want me to work for you.
Mm-hmm. You like me, I
Are
like
we gonna
you.
let $1,000 a week stop us from making this deal?
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, oh, that's is that how? I guess that's the way it go, honey. Just go. I go and ask them for more on the signing bonus.
Mm-hmm.
What did she do?
She did it.
And did they give it to her, or they
So they
countered
gave
into it?
her more on the signing bonus.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't move on the base,
Mm-hmm.
but they told her that they would reconsider her within 6 months on giving her her raise,
Mm-hmm.
so she wouldn't
They
have to
put,
wait so
and they
long.
put it in writing, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. So she was like, okay, that didn't feel so bad. I'm like, right. And if you hadn't asked, you wouldn't have got nothing.
Mm-hmm. Like I say, it's some people out there, you know them. I'm not gonna say their names. They pulling in $100,000 to $150,000 on the sign-on bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Some people we know and making $1 million in tech. Like
Mm-hmm.
that little $1 million that I showed as a salary is nothing compared to what they make in tech,
Yeah.
right? Um, we're just at this. I am at this point now where you gonna get in this game or you're not. We've been at it for 5 years, going on 6. I'm with everybody. I want to bring them all, but some people don't want to go.
You know, I've been with this little networking group, And so the guy that's running it is saying every time you make a move, he was like, you need to go up 100,000.
Yeah.
He said every time. He said, so when I hear about you making your next move, I want you to come back and tell me you went up another 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
You don't make a move for less.
Exactly. I'm with it.
Yep.
I mean, at this point, we what you gonna do with $100, Linda?
I listen.
And what you gonna do? And what you gonna do? What you gonna do with his $1,550?
I can't. I can't even buy a purse at Gucci for $1,550. I don't know.
We've been to the gin joint. That's some drinks.
That wasn't even one round of drinks. I don't know what we're doing.
And we like to have a good time.
And we has a good time. So I don't know what we're doing.
I got my leg rubbed on.
We has a good time.
So,
But I bring this up because I hear this often, and I don't think often enough people really look at it from a realistic view. I showed today earlier how much money is in Colorado, in particular Boulder. If the average house we talking, let's just say between 800,000 and 900,000, that 100,000 ain't nothing.
Mm-mm.
They're not even looking at you. They were like, we got this condo over here that you think you might like buy one of our sister properties.
Right.
you're going to dig yourself out the snow.
So I remember, because I'm from the 1900s.
The late 1900s.
Huh?
The late 1900s.
I'm from the late 1900s. But do you remember that book that was out called Six Figures?
No.
There was a book that was all the rage called Six Figures. And that's when everybody was just talking about, getting the six figures. And so you still have a lot of people that are trapped in that. I just need to get to 100,000. I just need to get to 100,000. 100,000 ain't gonna do it.
So I've been trying to tell people, and they laugh. Linda, they laugh at me.
It's not enough.
Linda, I'm telling you, people laugh at me. They ridicule me when I was like, if you live anywhere in the DMV area, $100,000 is toilet tissue.
Mm-mm.
But my question is, and this is just purely from a mind perspective, why is six figures automatically $100,000?
Right. So that's my point.
Because 250 is six figures.
500,000 is six figures.
It's six figures.
Right.
950 is six figures.
Right.
It's what you think about, you bring about.
Exactly.
Like six figures, to me, I don't automatically think about $100,000. Exactly. I think $100,000 is $100,000.
Right.
Six figures is the higher end of six figures for me when I think about it.
But you would be surprised when you ask people, though, when they say six figures, ask people.
Oh, I've come across some people, especially some men that are very proud of their $101,000 that they make a year,
right?
And are very arrogant about it. And you'd be like, okay, have a nice day. Thank you for the drinks.
Okay.
Yeah. Great, but you're not about to worry me because you are 100,000 air.
100,000 air.
That's
what we call them, 100,000 airs.
They give you the complete blues.
Oh my goodness.
100,000 airs.
Complete blues, especially from the late 1900s. Like they gonna give you the complete blues. They are degreed up, fratted up. They checked all of the boxes.
Now, you know what I found in the DMV, you're describing You describing the DMV.
We know. Been there. I've been there. Let me tell you this. This is no lie, true story. As my beautician in DMV, and Lisa, if you listen, you already know the conversation that I'm talking about. Sitting at the table, blah blah blah. We'll talking. The guy was like, "You see these women? They pretty." He's like, "But when you go over their house, they living on an air mattress. They don't have no money for their tires. They don't have no money for their car note. They don't have no money for nothing." And this is back in 2008, 2010. And he was like, so what I do now is when I talk to women, I ask them how much money they got in their 401k. Do they have a 401k? How much money do they save? How many kids they got? Do they have a passport? Had they ever been anywhere? And this
That passport is a good question.
This is back in 2008, 2010, when I'm out and about. So I know what it was like then. Now we're talking about, now the tables has switched. Now what I'm hearing in these streets is we don't want her to work. She ain't got to have a good credit score. I'll put her on my credit card. It'll boost her credit score. She ain't got to worry about nothing. I need her, the words. I'm not going to sing them. However, my question is, what woman are you meeting between the ages of 35, or let's say 32 to 43? I'll give you 40, 32 to 40. They're still sitting at home with their mom, don't have no job, and they never had and never been nowhere. I don't know too many women that's like that. Now I do know some women who left home and went back, but I don't know no women that's still at home and never had a job. Like you don't know, like how you get your hair done?
I did my own hair.
No,
I do my own hair now.
We ain't talking about you.
Oh.
I'm just saying how you get your hair done, how you eat. What at 32?
I've been working since I've been like 12, 13. Like I was working at my mama's job, and I was making $13 an hour back then. I was getting a check from her job as a sub when I worked with the kids, the 2-year-olds.
I'm just saying at 32.
I always
what at 32? You ain't got no job.
At 32, I had my own business. At 32,
I ain't talking about you, then.
I know you're not talking about me, but I'm just, I have the ages. I have to go. Well, no, actually 32, I was back in Atlanta. I was running somebody's business, and I was having a conversation about salary because they tried to play me like I was soft, and I had to come with my paperwork.
I'm just saying, I just don't know too many women at 32
don't have nothing.
They don't have nothing. That's what I'm saying. They don't have nothing.
Like nothing.
I'm gonna sit here. He gonna find me, and then he gonna carry me off.
But I guess so. Now we have what's different though. I think so. We have the advent of the internet, and we have the sugar babies, and so you don't have to look in the back of the want ads or anything to find these little.
I get that.
But I'm thinking like even the church ladies, the women go to school. Your parents put you through school. You may be saving yourself for marriage, but I mean,
no. So you can go find.
I agree with that.
You can go find.
But that's why they go to the other countries, because you can get somebody with nothing. But even she sell potato chips.
Okay, let's rule out the people who let's level set. Let's rule out strippers. And let's rule.
They even got something. They got a whole lot of hustle.
That's some hustle right there. You working.
Exactly.
They're
So-
the
so-
finesse queens. That is the job.
So that's
You
what I'm
running a
saying.
business. You running a little enterprise right there.
Yeah, let's
I
rule out
mean,
strippers and sugar babes. Let's
shoot.
rule out
If I had a
strippers and sugar
little
babes.
more off, I might get into a new profession. Like,
I already told you I'd be your manager. Girl.
See, yeah, you
know
go.
we
She
gonna
don't
make
need
some
no
money.
pimp.
I ain't
That's
gonna be no pimp. I'm looking out for her best interest.
see that right there, D. Right
Linda,
there.
You see, I ain't even looked that way.
Manager.
You see, I ain't even looked that way because I'm already her management.
Oh,
She can't be my manager, and I'm her manager. That's a conflict of interest.
I would look out for her best interest. She gonna get to the places in the fly little ride. She gonna have security. Make sure she. Look,
D, what this sound like to you?
Some bull.
Thank you.
It's some bull.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's some bull.
Mm.
Because every time she got a plan for me, something
Look.
just comes along and just
And then
it
listen.
be all on her.
And then she gonna be telling you how much overhead she had to pay for your fly little
No,
ride.
I ain't gonna tell
and
her how much.
security and all that
I'm
kind of
real
stuff.
when it comes to numbers. I know one left booty cheek and one right booty cheek costs a certain amount.
That's 6 chocolate martinis. 1, 2, 3.
Mhm.
I'm just keeping it 1,000, right?
Mm.
But again,
She is the friend that's gonna be like, you wearing that?
that ain't it.
Mhm.
You can't wear that. Like, let me see where you going? What you packed? You gonna pack all that in the bag before I get to see? Like, I'm the house manager and she's the stylist. And you
Mhm.
be like, no, you'll have me in some freakum dress sitting up somewhere. Like, no, I'm not putting that on.
Look, getting all the luxuries. What? Y'all gonna fly us out somewhere? Awesome.
Get flued out.
Get flued out.
She can get flued out.
Get flued out. Then you already know. You already know how she rolled.
Linda see you
Mhm.
in action.
What Linda, did you see me in action that night?
Matter of fact, y'all both got
What's that?
the birthday drizzle with the rose petals.
Oh, that's your boyfriend.
That ain't my boyfriend.
That's your boyfriend with the drizzles. With
No.
the rose bars. You talking about the rose bar.
Rose bar.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
The rose
drizzle me
petals.
with gold flowers.
The
for
gold
coming to
gold
America.
rose petals.
Yes, for coming to America.
All the
Drizzle me.
champagne.
Yeah, is this for me? Is this for me?
Huh?
Yeah. And you sitting there, okay, all right, okay. And Linda didn't have no problem with it either. She was like, that's what I'm talking about. Let's drizzle me, drizzle me, drizzle me, drizzle me.
Y'all literally 4 days apart.
Yeah.
You're 4 days apart. Like, you're one and the same. What do you mean?
What'd you say, Zephyr? You said, why was he not arrested? Who was not arrested?
Who?
Which one? I don't know who.
We like looking like
Wait,
it's
what?
going to come off a rubber string. Who was not arrested?
I don't know who was not arrested. I don't know. But
We need more content.
yeah. But when it comes, but I just want to give my perspective on what it was when it comes down to when I hear these talking points about a 22-year-old woman, and I often ask the question of this: what does a father say to a man about dating his 22-year-old daughter and the guy is 45 or he's 40?
You know what? As a father, I'm gonna flip it though. You had one job.
She off the pole, Linda. She not on the pole.
No,
She on another pole.
she on another pole though. You had one job. Why is she compelled to do that?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we had a waitress when we had brunch last week, and she was 22.
23.
And Tam poses random questions, and she asked her basically the same question: would you date an older man? Would you date a man in her 40s? And she was like, yeah, I have. And she was so like, I like older men. And she was so not like the sugar baby type. She was like real, I would say like real eclectic.
Real plain?
Real, wasn't the type that I would think would be like, oh, I like older men and I'm going to do that. She was real like, I don't even know how to be in Colorado. She was
Earthy.
not, I wouldn't even say plain Jane, but it's just like, like I would see her wearing like, like a Scully with the fur ears and, some glasses and some like sky high boot, like some platform boots.
Was she with some skims?
Okay, yeah.
Was she with some skims?
No, she would have like on like multicolored overalls and, she was just kind of, and that's what she said. She said, I'm a free spirit.
Yeah.
I'm free spirit. I like them older. And then you just like, and now, don't get me wrong. My dad is a ball of fun. You're not saying my dad is a fine guy?
I just said, She trying to evoke something out of me.
I didn't have to evoke anything. You over here.
But so I said that to say though, these girls though, some of them are used to a certain standard of living. And so they got daddy issues, so they're looking for a daddy.
Is it daddy
taking
issues,
care of them?
or is it or is it they're just looking for a standard of living and they just don't care about nothing but nobody?
Well, some of them they want to be taken care of because they used to being taken care of by their parents or whatever, and so they want to continue that.
But what if a young guy around their age, maybe no older than 5 years, could provide them with that lifestyle? Do you think they would still entertain that?
Probably.
Or is it something in, looking and being like a trophy? Like I'm his prize.
Yeah, it's probably more arm candy, trophy, daddy kind of a thing. But then some of it though, I think is we need. I really wanted my girl to know that she had the support that she needed. That she never had to go anywhere else looking for that.
Yeah, I got a guy friend. His daughter just got married, and he told the guy, he was like, "I don't like you, and I'm never gonna like you, so it's okay." And he was like, "And my daughter don't need a daddy; she got a daddy, so
exactly,
you ain't gonna never be able to be like talk to her like you her daddy, like get over it, like you ain't it." And that's coming from a father who's very active. He's like, I talk to my daughter every day. I see my daughter every day. We FaceTime, we talk. I fly down there to see her. She come up and see me. I got the grandkids. I'm in her life every single day. Like I'm her daddy. She don't need no daddy. Right? And a lot of the guys that I speak to who have children who are in their 20s say literally, I wish a man would be in their 40s talking to my 20-year-old daughter. That's not what I hear from other people, but from men who have daughters in their 20s. That's not okay with them. They're so not okay with that. They're so.
But that's if they are active in that life.
Yeah, they're so not okay with that. They are not okay with that. And in fact, they're like, you need to go to college. I'm sending you to college. I'm buying. I'm getting you this. I'm getting you that. It's so not okay. So again, I often preface this conversation with, where's this woman that people are talking about? Where's she coming from?
But also, what is the funniest part of it? And I'm not saying that women don't plant seeds of independence to their daughters, but it's more so men that plant the seeds of independence to their daughters. Like, you're not going to, not only is she always going to have me, but she's not going to need anybody for anything because she's going to be A, B, C, D, and E. Because at the end of the day, in the same respect, she's still like his property. This is my daughter. And I don't want her really having to depend on no other man besides me. I don't even want nobody coming to sniff around my baby girl. Like, this is my baby girl. This is my baby girl. He always gonna see her as his baby girl. So it's like, baby girl, you gonna be all right. You're not gonna need. You gonna be set up where he gonna have to be one hell of a somebody to be able to even penetrate the wall of daddy. You gonna like him for you to even feel like you can bring him around.
I think for my daughter, it was really more, let's set a standard here where, and she's single, she dates, but there is a standard that somebody's gonna have to meet.
Does she like dating?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
But I know that she's not gonna take care of nobody.
Okay. I mean, that's a given. That's not something she's seen either, right?
No. She has not.
She has not seen that. So
No.
that didn't even register in her mind.
No.
Right?
No.
And I had that conversation with my mom about dating and what does that look like, and my mom told me early on, she was like, and at a young age, she was like, as a Black woman, it's gonna be hard to date as you get older. And then I was still like in my preteens, and we were just having a conversation about boys and dating, and because I always used to ask my mom, because she would have men that would come over, but they wouldn't stay around long. And I know why they didn't stay around long. It's one, not because of me, but because she was just like, I didn't like how they treated you and how they treated their kids. So one of the guys that she dated, she was like, I remember this very vividly. We were in the store, and I wanted, back in the day, you used to have the little windmills, the little wheels that you would pick up. They were 69 cents or something like that. And I was like, Mom, I want to get one of these. And he snatched it out of my hand. He was like, you don't need that. Y'all was asking your mama for something. And so my mama didn't go off in the grocery store. She went off in the car and on the way back home. She was like, what the hell you do that for? That pinwheel went up at 69 cents. He was like, your daughter is always asking for something. She always wants something. She was like, she's a child. She's 6 years old. That's what kids do. What do you expect? And as I got older, reflecting back on that, and I asked her, she was like, he took care of his kids, but he didn't want me to give you anything that you needed. So she was like, I had a problem with that, and I couldn't see myself putting you in the house with all the kids that he had, because I think she said he had like 4 or 6 kids that he was taking care of. And she was like, I couldn't take you from being an only child to being with 6 other kids and then trying to compete and trying to figure out whether or not my mama was going to buy me a pinwheel that he already tried to set the standard towards. So I understand why some women have chosen to be single. And I also understand why some men have chosen to be single. And I also understand the dynamics of meeting someone with kids, and where do you find yourself, man or woman, in that dynamic. I think it's a very, very. Uh, I don't want to say a thing like. I think it's a conversation that really needs to be had, and you really have to know who you are as a person.
Yeah,
Because what I
that's
was willing to do
probably
in my
really
20s is not what I'm willing to do in my 40s.
that's probably a challenge if you don't have children and then you meet somebody with children.
Especially, or if, and it depends on the age of the children. Because sometimes
Right.
people can have children and they're
Well,
adult
what if they're
children.
younger? If they're
And then
really
if they're
young?
children that are younger, you're like, okay, do
Well,
I have the
okay,
tenacity?
so I always so what about if you, let's say you met somebody
Mhm.
and they were divorced
Mhm.
and they had school age children
Define school
that
age.
they got, huh?
What's the school age?
I mean, young enough that they was getting them on like every other weekend or something.
The answer would be no for me.
Right. Cause I would be like, okay, but but that's a weekend. Wait, what?
And here's why my answer is no. It's not for a selfish reason. The answer would be no for me from a perspective of they already have a parenting style that they're used to,
Well, that's true.
right? And here I come, and they don't really know who I am and what role I played with this man. And so now they're trying to navigate and figure out, well, I come over here, who house is this? First off, my daddy live here. Or my daddy is over here, so this is my daddy house. So my daddy said I could no, your daddy ain't
Okay, so wait.
No.
So then where does that put your cutoff then on the average age for for someone you would consider
You ask me what's my age range for dating me?
She don't want to have a man.
no, not dating, for something you would consider a committed relationship.
Yeah. So
More
for
permanent.
me personally,
Yeah.
I and look, let me go ahead and say this right here, right now, so this can already get out the bag, right? I already know how this gonna sound. I'm not buying a dog, and I'm not gonna die alone. You will before I will. Let me say that. However, I just don't want a man that has kids. I don't have any kids. I don't.
Any age.
Yeah. I don't want a man with kids.
Okay.
Can they be grown? I struggle with that. I'm not gonna lie. I struggle with that from the perspective of that's gonna always be that person's father, and I don't want to be the person that come in between that.
Okay, yeah,
So
because then you got
then you got grandkids.
you got holiday dynamics, family dynamics. You got
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah,
lot.
well, I mean, it definitely is a lot. Like I said, what I did in my 20s is not something that I'm willing to do in my 40s, and I've learned how to speak up for myself. And when I was in my 20s, I married a man with kids, and they were by his high school sweetheart, and they were at the age, they were 5 and 7, where they weren't little bitty babies, but they were young enough to tell me what they wanted and they needed to go to the restroom, that type of dynamic. And they were fun, and I had a different energy at that particular time of my life in my 20s, because I never thought I would date a man with kids, and they were by the same woman, so it made it easier for me. And I just fell in love with them as people. They were cool little people. The guy that I'm dating now, he has adult children, and he has a set of twins that just made 6. And they just made 6. And and there were some dynamics that we had to work through, and we're probably still going to have conversations along the way as it comes. But he had said something to me in the fact where, don't be mean to my kids. And I took that to offense, and we had to have a sidebar conversation, and Tam just happened to be there on that conversation because they're like freaking frat. And I told him about my marriage and the kids and how that ended and how involved I was in their lives and how it ended and how he didn't want me to see the kids anymore. And I could have circumvented that and went to their mom and had my own relationship, but I didn't do that because I didn't want that drama.
Mm-hmm.
But with him, I said, because you haven't seen them in a while, you want to be the fun dad. You're going to be the spoiled dad. That's not how I parent children. And I'm not being mean, but if I say one thing and we decided on one thing, that's what that thing is going to be. Now, if you tell them something and then I follow up with that something and they go to say, my daddy said, well, you haven't done A, B, and C and D in order to do D. So I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear what your mama said, what we can't do, what we cannot do. Like, I grew up, my mom's an educator. This is her age range. I've been around kids all my life. I could be going to be teaching schools right now. Like, kids need structure. I'm not here to be friendly, parenting, whatever. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. They should have been asleep 50 million hours ago. And I said, your way is what works. If that works for you, then you got to go. You're going to have to keep them up from over here. And when I had a conversation with his mother was the exact same way that I was. Like, they got to go to bed over here. Now, he's want to do the fun dad and be up and watch TV and play with toys in the bed till 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning. That's not what we're doing. But if you want to be in my life, and this is what comes with you because I care for you, we're going to have to be on one accord when it comes to kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not mean. I don't even want you to use that adjective, because if you think that I'm a mean person, then you don't even need to be with me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm never going to be cruel to a child.
Right.
That's just not who I am as a person, and it hurt my feelings.
Mm-hmm.
But kids, they need structure. And they need that early, or they'll run around and I can tell they don't have structure about how they came into the house.
Honey, twins will divide and conquer.
And they boys.
Divide and conquer.
Not here. And I do that to adult people. Not here.
It was so funny because the one little one came over. I was at my desk, and there was some candy on the table the night before, and I ate some candy. It was candy.
She ate his candy.
I didn't know it was his candy.
Uh-oh.
He come walking up. He's like, He's like, I saw you last night. You was eating some candy. I want you to know that you was eating my candy. And I said, so, okay. He's like, I said, so check it out. I said, did you sleep here last night under the AC? He was like, yes. I was like, did you get in the shower last night and get bathed and have dinner and have some breakfast this morning? He was like, yes. I said, so are you gonna pay me back for that? He was like, no. And he turned around like, I got your point. You made your point. You can have some of my candy. We straight.
That's why I'm no swindler.
We straight. I got it. I see you, right? he turned right on around and was like, she was like, you was talking to him like an adult. I was like, he rolled up on me like it was an adult.
Exactly.
He rolled up on me and was like, you ate my candy last night. Like, that was my candy. What you gonna do to replace it? And I was just like, so did you sleep here last night?
Mm-hmm.
Was the air on? Did you watch TV? Did you watch it on cable? Okay.
Now, I wouldn't have never got them, each individual kid, a big old bag of candy. I would have got one bag of candy and took some candy out and put it in a Ziploc bag and gave them some rations.
Rationed it out, right?
Ration the candy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But again, two different styles. But I established that first, like, look, this is not what I'm going to do, and I'm not here for it. I don't have any kids. Could have had some? Absolutely. Could I have a dog? Absolutely. But I'm not about to argue with anyone about their children.
Nope.
I'm not going to argue with you about your children and my intentions.
And I think that's another thing that men and women have to both understand is that when you meet someone who already has kids, you have to understand the parenting style of the two people before you. And the two people that, that husband and wife or father and mother or whatever, or even the grandmother or what have you, how that parenting style works. And you also have to understand who that child is. Is that child someone that's easy to get along with? Are they willing to listen, or what's going on? Because you may come from a structured family and they may not.
But kids be trying to play you.
They do be trying to play you.
That's what they do.
Adults try to play you. You're right.
But kids.
But I heard a term that I hadn't heard of before. So you always hear people talking about co-parenting, but sometimes you have to parallel parent.
Yes,
because sometimes you can't co-parent.
Like that's a good point.
Like Kim and Kanye, they can't co-parent. So he need to do what he do, and she need to do what she do.
Oh, you about to get him a run for their money. It is such a treat because he is like, wait a minute.
You know what? Listen, I live for the comments.
I'm in all the
comments.
I'm in all the comments.
The comments is where the fun is.
Yes, I be trying to tell.
Let me tell you, Kanye is a Gemini. I'm a Gemini, but Kanye was like, I ain't gonna even argue with you. I'm gonna bring up the terms of service.
No, but I feel like with Kanye, how you gonna hate from outside the club though? Listen,
because Kanye was like, I am the club.
No, man, you left the club. You gonna hate from outside the club.
What he's saying is they are my club. These my children, and I should have a say so. But it's one of those things that we can all have our opinions from the outside looking in, but that particular family is a machine, and things are ran a different way. And like we were mentioning before, and somebody said it, I think it was Zephyr that said it in the comments, Black families are different. They mama a whole different race.
So, then nail this stuff down. Like I'm saying about the parenting.
You have to have a conversation.
Get the agreement done then.
Right.
I'm pretty sure all of that stuff is written out.
You can't do it over the internet.
I'm pretty sure all that stuff is written out, and he just don't give a F.
No, it's not. No, like she said, he had 3 lawyers. He won't finish it.
And he not.
He need to finish it.
But he not. He about to cut all the way wild. It's gonna go on forever.
It is.
She gonna be like, you didn't have 11 Black husbands, but you ain't had me.
Woo, child.
You ain't had me.
Woo, child. It's
and you didn't have all these babies by me.
Ugly.
And I'm buying the house next door because I'm their daddy.
Across the street, child.
I'm their daddy. They need to
I'm
know
watching
they
everything.
Period.
And he mad because he can't just walk back into the house when he get ready to, child.
Hey. So is Jerome, but it don't work like that.
It don't work like that.
It don't work like that in real life.
It don't.
It don't work like that in real life. No.
But but that was a term that I was like, okay. I'm like, okay, parallel parenting. Because everybody can't co-parent.
No. I dated a guy, and it like irked my spirit when he was just like, because he had a son, and his son was like 7 or 8, and his mom, the son's mom had another husband, but he felt, and this particular guy was a drill sergeant in the army, but he felt like he had to like recondition his son when he came to his house because he had too much mothering.
I hate that.
And I was just like, and he was bothered that his son didn't call him and things like that. And I was like, your son got a tablet? And he was like, yeah. And I said, does his mother call him every day at a certain time? Or does she call him? And he's like, yeah. I was like, because she's the parent. You're a parent. Like
you
what are
can
you
call
trying to
him.
put on? I said, you need to pour into your kid.
Mhm.
If you're calling him consistently, now, of course, you might not get him every time you call because he has activities. Things might be going on and
Mhm.
she might have something. But when you do things consistently and you're top of mind, they want to reciprocate that. My
Mhm.
dad called me. Let me call him back. Or I forgot. But it's an 8-year-old. You acting like he's 23.
Mhm.
And he had some choice words for his daughter that, even though she was 17, 18, to me, she's still a child and he's still always going to be the parent. Because, there are certain situations where, the other parent will plant seeds of not truths to the children. And you're like, well, how do I knock down these walls? Well, you're the parent. It's not up to me. It's not up to her to call you all the time, or she knows that you're there and is always going to be there. No matter what that door looks like, you're all supposed to be there with welcoming arms.
Yeah, show them something different. No matter what somebody else is saying, let them see something different.
And I'm just like, and I said, and I'm a daughter.
Mhm.
I said, I'm a daughter that was raised with a stepmother and a stepfather. And I said, and after a stepmother and a stepfather, my daddy had a wife. Yeah. And so, and so, it was like you said, that parallel parenting. And then,
Mhm.
one parent may go off the rails, but at a certain age, then the kids start knowing what's kind of going on for themselves, and you can
Right.
make a more informed decision about what that relationship is for you. And after a certain age, she might would have said like, he ain't about nothing. I really don't want to be bothered with you. But that's a
Mhm.
hard fact. That's something that you have to swallow.
True.
That she might not just want to deal with you based on the interaction she's already had with you.
Exactly. Mhm.
And not only that, if here's the other part that people don't realize is as a child, and this is not just a child that's like an 8-year-old or whatnot, but as a child that this is your mother, this is your father, these are my parents. There has to be some accountability and some constant communication from the mother, from the father throughout that child's life. You can't go on and have a child and never communicate with them.
Mhm.
That's not how it works.
You
It
know,
doesn't work that way.
I had an issue. So my parents divorced when I was like a toddler. So into like adulthood, my father wanted to have a revisionist history of what really had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And, I finally had to be like, okay, look, if just tell me that you wished you'd have done things differently, that you wished you'd have done this, or you wished you'd have done that. And I can take that. That's okay. But don't try to change what really happened.
Those
'Cause I
alternative
know
facts.
I was there.
Mm-hmm.
I know what happened.
I saw you.
Right.
I saw you.
I was there.
Synced you.
So
Mm-hmm.
so every time you try to revise the story, you really are kind of triggering me, and then it's having a negative effect. It's not doing what you think it's doing, right?
Right.
Right.
So
I don't see
just
you in the same light like you
right.
think.
So just say you have regrets. You wish you would have, you know, done things differently, and let's just move
Mhm.
on. Just stop bringing it up. Like I don't even, let's just go forward,
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I think that's
right?
I think going forward for people, whether it's a job or family or parents, I think going forward is very hard. I
Mm-hmm.
think in our community as Black people, we really haven't been taught how to go forward. We know how to bury it. Let me say that. We
Mm-hmm.
know how to bury it, but we don't know how to close the loop, and then move forward on a healthy basis.
Right.
Right? We bury it, but we don't move forward on a healthy basis. And
Right.
so a lot of things that I see, and this comes back to the jobs too. That lack of confidence that I see in the jobs, and the lack of confidence in applying for stuff, also comes from me personally, comes from trauma as well too.
Yeah. Because we
Mm.
bury it and we bear it.
Right.
Like, well, we'll put it in our backpack, because with this same fella, he had some things had happened with his mom as an adult, and we were having this conversation, and I was like, well, it seems like you need to have a conversation with your mom, and you already know how she is. Now,
Mm.
if you have a conversation with her and you don't get the outcome that you are looking for, you then have to ask yourself, are you ready to move past that?
Yeah.
Or are you gonna keep holding that?
Right.
Because
And
you
that's
can't,
something that's a conversation I had to have with myself.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to have a reckoning with
Mm-hmm.
myself and say, you know what? I want um I want to, I dealt with it, and I want to go forward and have a new beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And we can't go back and rehash all that. We can't go back and do it over, but we can begin again,
Right.
Yeah, you can
right?
start fresh.
We can start fresh.
Yeah, because I told him, I said, you can't be the hero and the victim,
Right,
because at this point in time, you're a grown ass man.
right.
You
And
know
yeah,
what your mother's going to do before she does it, and you offer solutions, and you're there to help. So if you come through for her in a clutch, you have the right to say no. But as the good son, you're going to go ahead and do it, but you don't want to do it.
right. And then you
But
resent it.
now you're doing it to yourself,
Mm-hmm.
because you could have been like, I'm doing something else. I cannot do that for you. If she waits to the last minute all the time. I was like, now
Mm-hmm.
it's your fault. You can't blame her for that. You know it. It's half the battle. It's the art of war. You already knew it was coming up. You
Mm-hmm.
did it to yourself. So do it to yourself, society.
Right.
You can't be blaming that lady. She on her way out. She know you're gonna do it.
Why she on her way out?
She old lady.
Mm-hmm.
We all on our way out.
Don't clean it up now.
We are. But
I'm glad y'all get to see Petty D in action. Petty D is in action. Petty D is like showing me out.
Oh my goodness.
Glad y'all get to see Petty D in action. So
Cause
y'all be talking about me.
Because my mama already know. She be like, get off your phone with that. I'll be like, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Like she do me.
But
Talk to you later.
but really though, you really do, you do have to have a reckoning with yourself and deal with these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other part of I don't want to say, I hate to say the word deal with, but I understand what you mean when you say deal with.
Yeah, you
But I really want to also say, like,
It's do the work, actually.
do the work, yeah, and actually, seek counseling. Like,
yeah.
Get out there and meditate. Get out there and
Yeah.
exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Get in touch with yourself,
Mm-hmm.
right? really, like go somewhere and cry. Like
Mm-hmm.
people really get mad about crying. Like go somewhere and cry. Go somewhere and shed a tear. Like, dude, what are you looking at me like?
You know what? So I paid for the lifetime subscription to the Calm app,
Mm-hmm.
and I do the bedtime meditations. I love them, and the morning ones.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes during the day, I might do like a 3 minute or a 5 minute one if I just need to ground myself,
Mm-hmm.
or if it's a stressful day, or just if I and you just would be surprised. Just it just it just settles you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then also like we always say here is that, it takes discipline to do the work. It's not easy. And that's the same thing with working on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
When you start peeling back the layers, and we're not perfect, and when you
By no means.
looking at those ugly truths,
Mm-hmm.
and your good friends will reflect back on things, and
Mm-hmm.
over the years, you meet people where they are,
Yeah.
and but sometimes you just have that certain bunch that will they've been with you over time, and they can see
Mm-hmm.
your growth, or they're there for those certain moments in your
Mm-hmm.
life. But as it's biblical when it says dying to yourself.
Yep.
Like dying to yourself is
Mm-hmm.
one of the most painful, gut wrenching things that you will ever have to do in your life.
And so when you say that, so there was a part of me that I had to die to get to the point where I just said I want to move forward,
Mm-hmm.
and I have and I didn't have that active resentment,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah.
I think for me, moving to Florida was, I think, because everywhere I lived, I always lived with either my family or at the time, my husband at the time. And then moving to Florida, I think that was one of the most gut wrenching things that I had to ever do in my
Really?
life. Like, I left DC, I left friends, I left my ex husband at the time, and then moving to Florida, it was like I'm leaving everything I've ever known in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, I'm leaving. I don't know nobody in Florida. I don't have no family in Florida. I don't even have a place to stay when I get there. I don't even know where I'm going. I hope the car that I got makes it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm putting faith, and I am putting it all. I'm putting it out there. I'm just gonna do it. And so the train ride from Lorton, Virginia to Sanford, Florida was 17 hours.
The auto train.
The auto train.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I'm on the auto train, and I got homework I got to do as well too, because I was
Mm-hmm.
working to get my master's as well. And it was paid for, so you might as well finish it as free.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on the auto train, and I'm doing my thing. And then I'm like, the train starts to pull off.
Mm-hmm.
You okay. And then you start thinking, and next thing you know, you're crying for an hour, crying for 2 hours, you're crying for 3 hours. And the lady, it was a couple that was in front of me, and they was like, and she got up and she was like, it's gonna be okay, whatever it is. it's gonna be okay. Basically, she was saying, baby, stop that crying, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of you crying, or whatever it is, it's gonna be okay. And when I got to Sanford, I had to make my way from Sanford to Sarasota, Florida. And I didn't know how to do that. I was navigationally challenged. There wasn't no navigation in the car. I just figured it out, right? And I made it. But for me to overcome that stretch, that 17-hour stretch, was such a gut wrenching thing for me. It was a gut wrenching thing where I was just like, oh my God, I'm really going to do this, and I'm gonna start over, and I don't know nobody, and guess what? I don't even have no friends, and I don't even know if people look like me in this area, but we just gonna figure it out because I didn't see none when I came back. And good thing I did do it.
Yeah.
Right. If I didn't do it, we wouldn't have women in Linux.
You know, I've found
I could tell you,
leaving home.
We wouldn't have. I could tell you, honestly, tell you, we wouldn't have women in Linux.
Leaving home and going out on faith, for me has been nothing but a blessing.
Yeah.
Now it's so funny you talked about if your car was gonna make it, because girl, when we left Texas driving to North Carolina, we burnt out the transmission in our little minivan going through the Smoky Mountains. The kids was little, but we made it. We made it to North Carolina though. That by the maybe the next week or so though, that transmission. But you know what? It was a blessing though. To leave all that we knew.
Yep. Detached from everything.
Detached from everything. We knew nobody. All we had was each other.
Yep. And I did that when I got married. I left Atlanta and moved to Hawaii. There's nobody in Hawaii right, and I wanted that. I wanted to have a place where we got a chance to know each other inside and out. Where like I gotta trust you, you gotta trust me. We out here on faith. I could have stayed in Atlanta. I could have stayed in Georgia. I could have went to I could have went to Virginia. I could have stayed. I was like, no, I want to get away. I know what my family can do. I know who they are. I know if anything, worst case scenario, I can go back.
You know what? And that's another when you talk about what we're gonna do about this $101. So another thing I know my daughter would say is you have to be willing to relocate and move. And if you want to grow your career. When she graduated, she left Florida and moved to Salt Lake City, Utah by herself. I mean, I flew out with her to, find her apartment and everything and get her set up.
Like most mothers do.
But, she lived in Salt Lake City by herself.
Right.
And then she moved from there. She transferred to Allentown, Pennsylvania.
College town, right?
Actually, no, that it was she had to work up in the mountains. And it was a little scary up there. And so we actually ended up finding her an apartment in downtown Allentown because she bougie. She would drive.
Where did she get that from?
I know her mama now.
She would drive up to the plant in the mountains, and she actually lived in downtown Allentown. And then after there, where did she move to? Did she go back? No, she went back across the country. She went to Washington State. She went back to the West Coast, Washington State. And now she back on the East Coast. But each time, there was promotion and increase. and she's been willing to relocate and move and take opportunity when it presented itself.
Right. She's accustomed to it now. There's a part of her that's accustomed to it. There's a part of her that comes to expect.
Well, she said that growing up, we moved.
I was gonna say she
We
seen
had
her parents
corporate
do it too.
relocations growing up all the time, so she
Mhm.
was accustomed to moving and with jobs and stuff. So
Right, but I also think it's different when you're an adult and become accustomed to it too. Right,
mhm.
seeing your parents do it, there's a safety net. Now
Yeah.
you're doing it out on your own.
Yeah.
It's a
But
little
it's also one of those things, because I was thinking about it when you guys were talking about moving, and I didn't have the same experience in that respect of moving with somebody, but being that I was the oldest and I got part of my mother, like, single motherhood, journey. It was a lot of things that I had to do early on my own. So if it was a change in schools, or moving to a different side of town, or even when my brother and my sister did come along, it was always a new start for me. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, hey, kindergarten to third grade, the school closed down. You go into a whole nother school. That school only go to sixth grade. Now you go into a whole nother school on this other side of town. Now it's high school over in there. So when you're always starting something fresh, which your kids probably went through in a certain respect, you're used to change. You come to expect change. It's not as scary for you.
Right.
And especially when you're doing it by yourself in some respect. Like I can navigate this. I've done this before. I've made new friends. I've gotten. No, I wasn't a wild gazelle. My mother was strict. I wasn't a wild gazelle, but I hadn't lived with my mother since I was 13, but I did live with my grandmother, which was her mother. But it was just certain things that were just automatic for me. So, picking up, moving to Atlanta and telling them 2 weeks before I moved was easy. Like, I got this in order. My stuff is already on the way, because that's when you can ship your stuff FedEx in your little trunks. Yep. It's already on the way. I have a place to stay.
Yeah.
I finally got accepted to the school I want. This is where I'll be staying. This is like, I don't want to hear no tear. I don't want to hear your excuses about what. I'm 21 years old. I'm leaving here. See you later, bye. Those type of things, and being able to make those moves to Florida and back, and all those places, and getting on the road and traveling. So those things kind of prepare you in a sense for the newness. You come to expect those challenges, those new adventures, rather.
Yeah,
because you can see them as adventures, or you can see them as challenges.
Yeah.
Jeanette says she's a little technically challenged, so we're gonna go ahead and address her question, because I think a lot of us, I know we're in our 40s, late 40s, and
girl, don't be telling people about my.
I didn't tell them exactly how you already said.
We from the late, what we say, we from the
late 90s, make y'all asses 40s. And so you either dealing with
I'm listening to you. I'll be right back.
Okay. You're either dealing with your grandparents passing on, or you have older parents. My mother's in her early 60s. That doesn't mean she's going anywhere anytime soon, but she was just the caretaker of my grandmother, who passed about this time last year. And so what I do know is that I could speak to, because I don't have any context, but when you say, how do you deal with the guilt of an older parent on the only surviving child? To me, I'm interpreting that as meaning the older parent is giving you the guilt trip. Okay. Oh, here you go.
You got it.
Here you go.
Hi.
Hey. So we're addressing your question.
Hold on. What's up, girl?
How y'all doing?
I don't have nothing left. I ain't even got no water left. What up? You got your security plus? All right.
Awesome.
I feel you.
I've done my whole career thing. I've retired, and then the last few years, I've lost a child, and all my siblings.
Oh,
So
I'm
it's just
so
me and
sorry
my
to hear
mom.
that.
But
Oh, you sound like my
she is
grandmother.
like, I don't know what to do at this point because like this stuff here is like Greek.
Okay. Are you hold on? Let me ask you this first. Are you studying by yourself?
Yes.
Problem number one. I need for you to study with people. Are you in our Slack group?
No.
You need to get part of our Slack group. That's first. That's your first step. I encourage everybody not to study by themselves. I'm gonna say this and don't be offended. Black women want to do everything by themselves.
I don't.
Don't.
I don't because I'm in an online I'm on an online class because of
Okay.
COVID here on the West Coast, and
Okay.
so school is shut down. I'm a veteran, and so it's just like I told him. I said, "Listen, I need a physical book.
Mm-hmm.
This online, I get it, but I don't.
Right.
Right. I need to read it and see it.
You need to touch it.
I need to
Yeah.
read." I need to read. I need to touch. I remember I listened to one of your slacks, and it was like, you need to figure out how you learn.
Yep.
And this is not it for me.
Right.
I need to touch it, feel it, flip the
Right.
page, go back, reread it,
Right.
you
And
know.
then look, for me, I need to look at a video. So luckily there's a lot of
Yeah.
security plus stuff that is online and that you can ask questions. And if you're going into, government, you need a security plus anyway, but there's a lot of people that are already taken this course as well. And
Linda's
that can help
taking
you.
it. I've taken it.
That
I'd like
can
to go
assist you.
into the cloud is so interesting to me.
I'm glad you love it. You just your face just lit up when you said cloud. You was like, girl, let's talk about the cloud. I forgot about my mama, but let's talk about the cloud.
Right. So I'm just
Mhm.
trying to
But
get
we have
her
to
to,
address mama because the mama is a roadblock right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
She's
I,
a
I mean,
roadblock.
like,
So I do know, number one, with those mamas, what's so funny is it's a role reversal because at the end of the day, they're still the mama. So
Mhm.
they're like, I had you, you didn't have me. You're not about to boss me. I didn't had you. And I don't care what age they get and how honorary they get, they still feel like they can take you out. And
right.
so for me, I had to tell my grandmother, I had to give her a call because my mom was you. And she was just like, your grandmother, I need some help. And I'm got to drive off the cliff because she's really mean to me. And
I'm
I
right there,
call
David.
and I call old girl up and I said, look, I said, it's gonna be a time where I have to take care of my mama. And I said, I'm enjoying my time off till I get there. However, she's taking care of you, and that's my mama. You're not about to be mean to my mama. And I said, why you mean to my mama like that? I said, you want me to call? I said, you keep being mean to my mama when she's doing the best she can. I'm gonna call Adult Protective Services on you. Because me and my grandmother, we talk like that. I said, I'm gonna call the APD and they gonna come in your house. She said, oh no. She said, oh no. I said, you want them to come in your house? She said, I don't want those people in my house. I said, well, you better straighten up. Because she is doing the best she can. And I know she's being good to you. She said, okay. My mama didn't call me no more about my grandmother being honorary to her. But what I say to you is that guilt trip is just cold manipulation.
It
Mhm.
straight up.
It's cold manipulation.
She a cold piece of work. At
Mhm.
89, she's no joke.
Oh, it's a cold because they come from that age where they is a cold manipulate you with that guilt.
Well, that's what I was saying though. Like my dad had the revisionist history,
Yeah,
and
and
I'm the only child too.
that's not how it went down. And a friend of mine, unfortunately, his mom just passed the other day, but just last week, literally like 2 weeks ago, she called and gave him an earful, and it was one of those cold manips. And we were like, whoa, where did that come from?
Oh,
And I guess it was just based on his Facebook, like he was living this fabulous life. And she was like, you can help your sister more to help me. And da-da-da. And he was like, where did that come from?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, what is she going on? Don't she know I'm not working? And he's going through his own health things as well. And he was like, man, it just threw me for a loop. And this week, literally, they buried her this Saturday. That just passed. And it was just like one of those things where it's just like, wow, how do you handle that? And it's just one of those things where, you know what, you got to have a conversation with your mama, because you're a grown lady. Like, look, this is not what we're gonna do.
I'm older than dirt and catching up with water. I am.
I'm not doing this with you.
I just can't. I need to get in. I need some company to walk the road with me with this IT. I do.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get in the Slack.
Yeah, you
Yep.
definitely
You
have to
get in the Slack.
you have to get in a space where you have the ability to learn, where you managing her and her situation, and you might need some help with that. Do you have help on the side, or a nurse that comes in part-time?
I'm trying to get those kind of things all set up. It's like I'm man.
Is she mobile?
Sort of. She's laid around so long that she's mobile, but it's not
those
fluid.
knees, and she always every time you move her, she's
yeah.
yeah.
So then I get all of the I call them the sound effects, and sends me to
you can get her a part-time nurse. You can definitely get her, if she's on Medicare, Medicaid, they'll send a part-time nurse in there to help you with her, because you can't do it. But once they get immobile, you can't do it on your own. You throw your back out trying to do it on your own, because you feel like you're able-bodied enough to take care of it, but that will break you even down over time, mentally, not only mentally but physically. So I do suggest that you look into getting some part-time care in there to give yourself a break.
You need some help.
You need some help. You need some help, and I understand you're the only child, but you need some help. You need some medical help with her, and they'll send it, and then that way that can free you up, and she's getting, she's getting what she needs. And then when it comes to doctor's appointment, and you see you're on the West Coast, are you in Northern or Southern California?
I'm in Southern California.
Okay. Because I know that, they'll give you that's one thing I love about California, that you can get you a voucher the shuttle come pick them up, take them to the hospital and the doctor. They'll even send you one of them little beds with the lift, everything that you need.
I'm going to look into this, because
I'm from California. Yeah, I'm from California. That's where my mom is. So my mom already knows we have these conversations already, that you need to have your stuff down on paper. If not, I'm turning you to a birthstone, and I'm gonna wear you on my neck.
Yeah, my daughter says she's gonna make a brooch out of me.
I said, put it down on paper.
She wanna be a treat. Look, I know what she gonna. She wanna be a treat.
I want to be a treat. Y'all can come and have drinks underneath my shade. I tell her that,
and I'm gonna keep it pushing, because I'm done.
Let me tell you, I tell her that. I said, I said, okay, I'm the executive.
We've already talked about it.
We've already talked about. My sister already knows when she gets to the age that she needs some help. My sister's gonna take care of her, and I'm gonna send her money, because she's gonna stay in California.
Yeah, see, that was the plan. But then my sister was a sickle cell patient, and she up and died. So I'm just like,
you need some help. That's what it is.
Yeah, there are resources.
Can I see you an air hug? Because you look like you need an air hug.
Thank you. I need it.
You need some help. That's the first thing on your list, to look into those resources where you can get you some help.
And then the second thing is you need to join the Slack.
Yep.
How? Please explain it to me.
I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say it, and then she'll put it in the chat. You just go and hit up womeninlinux.org. And then on that web page, you hit connect. And then once you hit connect, it's gonna ask you for your email address. and you'll need the Slack app on whatever device that you want to put it on, whether it's your phone or your tablet or your desktop. Then once you get the Slack app, you'll join in and it'll open up, and then boom, you'll be right there with us where we post a lot of things.
Okay.
So the study group for Security Plus, there are people that are in the group that are taking Security Plus. There are people that are doing cloud. There are people doing Linux. There are people doing data engineering. There's a slew of people in there. It's
Okay.
2,800 people the last time I checked.
Wow.
And it's over 60 it's only over 90 channels. It's like
Wow. Okay.
as
Okay.
far as resources, but
Mhm.
let
you.
us know, check in with us. And like I said, I'm from the West Coast. I'm from Northern California, and any resources or anything, let me
I
know,
believe-
and I can definitely try to help you navigate through some stuff. Because like I said, my grandmother just passed last year around this time, and going through those challenges of my mom was in her maybe my mom maybe 64 this year, going through that challenge. And she's the oldest, but she didn't have basically any help when she first started doing it. So it was like she's the only one, taking care of my grandmother. And then my uncle ended up putting her in a home, which was supposed to be like temporary. And it just was not.
And Donnette and Linda, I don't want you to leave here with your only contribution out of your life after you turn 80, 85, that you was only able to contribute $100 to the household of the Black family. I don't want you to.
$101.
You already know Linda hoarding her money.
Right.
Linda is hoarding her money, honey. She is taking it with her.
I did not.
Linda gonna be buried like Aretha Franklin in that red dress with her red shoes.
No, I'm serious. I done already had the discussion with my children. I'm like, we're not wasting any money on
Right.
plots and all that stuff.
No,
They're gonna make a
it's
piece of
waste
jewelry out of
money.
they're gonna cremate me and make a piece of jewelry.
You
I
want to
don't
go?
even
You
want
want
them
to
to
be
do that.
worn,
Just
huh?
cremate me,
Mhm.
put the box in the ground, and live, because
No, we're not gonna waste land or any of that.
I'm gonna be a tree.
Mm-mm.
I'm telling everybody, this is on record. When y'all going through I want to be a tree. I'm gonna go. They gonna
Where's
package
this
me
tree
up
gonna live?
in the dead people forest.
What is
It's
the
a whole
dead people
forest. It's a forest of the dead people, and they put the trees up. It's like a
I
memorial.
just saw that
forest.
commercial.
I don't know if it's a commercial,
I
but
saw a
a long
commercial
time
of
ago,
public
I was watching YouTube, and the funeral director was on, and he's like, it don't cost more than $3,000 to get buried, and he said maybe $2,500 long time ago. And literally, when I priced it out to have a nice cremation for my grandmother and a viewing and all that other type of stuff, it was literally $3,200. It was $3,200, but they end up getting a casket. Excuse me. They end up getting a casket for the viewing, and that probably took it up $1,000 because the casket cost that much money.
Let me tell you, when I
for
buried
them
my
to have
son, it was almost $10,000.
and a plot of land in California is a lot of money. Like my
It's
Mhm.
like
dad's
buying a
mom,
house.
she had all
Waste of
those
money.
arrangements and stuff made. She went into the ground, and it was probably over $20,000, but she had did it over time. And the
Mhm.
only thing she didn't do was pick out her casket because she told my aunt, "I'm gonna leave something for you to do."
Mm.
So she didn't pick out a casket, and everything was arranged already. But you don't. I don't want all, but that's for. I don't
Mm-mm.
want. That's all for the living, and you guys can have a memorial and
Mhm.
sip a little drinks and do a
I was like, funerals are for the living. I'm like, I'll
Right.
be dead, whatever.
I'll be out
I
of here.
don't want to do
Even
all of
then.
that. I don't want nobody over there looking over me, breathing all on
Mm-mm.
me. I don't even want them turning me, dressing me up, propping me up, and
Mm-mm.
putting stuff. Don't
And,
do all
and
that.
what's so funny, what's so ironic is our next door, one of our neighbors is works at a funeral home, and that's what he does. He goes and he paints nails, he fixes the wigs,
Makeup
he
and
puts
all
the
that.
out, he does the whole thing. He does the whole nine.
Mhm.
He's like, I got to get some women ready for tomorrow. Got to go in here and make them look pretty for the funeral and
Mhm.
stuff like that.
Oh
He
wow.
go in and he get them ready. He's like, I do everything. He's like, I clean their toenails and the whole nine and clean they. I was like, I don't know if I want to be married to you.
My homegirl would do it. She would go and do hair and makeup, and I'm like,
Mm.
I watch too many scary movies to that. Because Miss
Listen,
Ring, oh, her
I
eyes pop open on me,
they
or
kept
she
asking
fart or
me
something.
to come up there. You got to
Yeah,
sign this
no.
paper and you got to sign that paper. And I'm like, I got to come back up in there again for what? Can we do it outside? do we have to go inside?
That's why I'm not in a medical field. That's why I'm not a nurse, and then I don't want to see any
Right.
secretions. I don't want to be around no blood. I don't want to squirt on my outfit, or let it, Lord forbid, it be in my face or something. Or somebody boo boo run down my arm. Hell no. Hell no. I don't do that.
No, I don't want to do none of that.
No, even working with kids at the school. No,
I don't want to
no,
work with them
no,
either.
no. And I've been with,
I
and
don't
I've
like
been with,
kids either.
and I've been with kids that would cry over a booger. Like, I want you to be able to talk, walk, go to the bathroom, tell me your wants and your needs. We can negotiate. You can go sit down. I need you to be already with it. That's why I'm okay with kids that can talk. But you keep telling me some other type of stuff, you can go home.
Right.
So,
No,
Donette, are you getting into cloud security?
right now I'm in a CompTIA program.
She's doing Security Plus.
And I'm doing Security Plus. We just left network.
Oh, okay.
I'm lost. So and the I'm like, what kind of Japanese are you talking about, honey? And he just moves right along. So I really need help. I do. Yeah. It's like I was telling my mom, I don't feel I have the knowledge to really go and take this.
Because they're going too fast.
No, they're just reading from the book. They're basically there's some slides that go through the book, and they are reading through the slides that go through the book, and they're not giving you any context in the instructor.
So you'll need some hands-on to apply what the theory that you're reading in the book. Yeah. So you need some context.
They just want you to pass the test, but if you like me, you need to know. Like,
I need to know
how is this applicable?
I've been in. I was a computerized train controller for 20 years. Mm-hmm. So I know my way around. It's the inner workings of the computer, like what makes it go. Right. What's a patch panel? You know, I'm learning more than just plugging it in and sit down and start typing. Mm-hmm. I'm learning the inner workings. And so it's really interesting, but he was talking about PKI and he blew through it, and one of the guys was like mind blown, and he was like, just hold on, you I'm gonna keep going and you get it. And I'm like, dude, we're not getting this. no fool, we ain't getting
it. This ain't it.
This ain't it. This ain't it.
So and I was telling my mom, I was like, I'm going through the course because VREP paid for it, but I'm going to end up having to go again, go somewhere else, and do this all over again.
In the VREP course, what's the end goal here?
My end goal is I'd like to go into cloud computing, and I like the hypervisors, and I understood it, but I want to really get it, and I'd like to do remote work remotely.
So you want to be like a cloud practitioner?
Yes, I don't want to go into an office if I don't have to, but I don't mind.
So what is there something after the Security Plus in this program?
The next program is Cloud Computing, Cloud Plus.
So they're doing all the CompTIA.
So they're doing all the CompTIA
pathway.
Okay.
A plus.
What career path is it? Do you know which career path you're supposed to following? I don't know, Tam.
But it's just vendor agnostic. It sounds.
It's all the
CompTIA.
All the basics, all the plus
basics.
Right.
And
That's
then
all.
from that plus basics, you should be able to pick where you want to go, what interests
Yeah.
you the most.
Yeah, don't give up.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah.
I really, because it gives me peace. I get a little bit of peace. Just I don't have to hear that
Yeah,
wrong.
get
But at
into
least you have the
that.
VA, so if you want to get back in it, being a veteran is to your advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back into the space if you're taking the courses, because they'll definitely assist you to get somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Okay.
most of the veterans that I know, they're not working in a technical capacity, but they sure do work from home
Okay.
for the VA hospital.
Yeah, and I would look working for the VA. I would go to the
Mhm.
VA website and look and see about working for the VA because they work remotely. And the reason why I say that is because you can probably end up just doing some type of claims, whatever the case may be, getting money brought in. Not to say that you're not bringing money in, but just being in their environment and looking at the actual applications that they're using and how they're using those applications, and then continuing on with your education and your training, and then like
Making a move.
making a move. But you have the knowledge to make that move as well.
Right, because that's what I was. It's like you just you're reading from the slides, and I'm reading along in the book,
Right.
and then you say, "Oh, there's labs available. You can get into the labs," and I'm like, "Well, how do you do that?" What
Oh
lab?
yeah, that's what you need, the labs.
Yeah.
So do you have, I'm sorry, I missed your intro. Do you have some type of preference where you can get hired on with the VA?
I still have my veterans preferences.
Mm-hmm.
If is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
I'm
still.
not familiar with that. What is that?
If you were in the service, you have veterans preference when you apply for jobs.
When
Oh,
you're
okay.
hiring, yeah,
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I still have that preference.
You do.
I think. I'm not sure because when I initially got in the program, they were like, okay, well, they cut it off at 66. I was like, "Phew, I just made
You
it."
should.
So I don't think it goes away.
No,
I think you retain it until you die. So
you should.
I
Okay.
would say yes.
The
But
best
I'm gonna look
the
at
best way to figure that out is go to the VA and fill out an application.
Yep. That was what I was gonna say next.
right
Log into the VA and
and just fill out
look
an
for a
application.
job and apply.
And apply.
And they'll take you through the steps and let's see what happens.
Let's see what your options are
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and get you in.
We won't know until you try.
try.
Yeah. So those are your charging orders.
Yes, ma'am.
Look into
Get
getting
on the
you a
Slack
part-time caretaker that's coming in
first foremost.
first and foremost, so that you can have some time to do these things. Because I know your mama driving you crazy. They just do that, and you know what?
Is
And
it? Is it like
they
a
lay on the
rod
road. You be like, at least
That's
if
all
you
I
gonna
wanna
lay
know.
on the road, pick up your foot so I won't have to drag you, crazy lady. That's how they be. Like,
It's like, can you sit down on that walker thing and I'll push you? You know, you just drag it. Like,
let me tell you,
ugh.
they was talking every time they call me. They was like, your grandmother's getting dementia. It's so sad. She's going down.
Right.
I was like, I know Helen is a cold con lady. I flew in from that airport. I went directly to that nursing home. I hit the door, and she shared the room with us. She shared the room with another lady, and the other lady had dementia. She didn't know what was going on, but she would tell you, "You're so pretty." You're so pretty. I hit the door. That lady was asleep. My grandmother said, "Hey, baby, what are you doing here?" I said, she had a whole very lucid conversation with me. I said, you got these people think you're going crazy. And we just cracked up till we cried laughing. I'm just giggled. I said, she gave those nurses a hard time. And I said, and one nurse, she was going, oh, she said, now Miss Helen. I said, I just want to tell you something. I said, my grandmother was a nurse and that was her career. I said, so she knows what's going on. She just doesn't want to be bothered.
Right.
She just doesn't want to be bothered. So by no means think that she's old and senile. She's
You
not
crying?
seen. No,
She-
my
my
eyes is
mother-
watering and my nose is running. I said,
Listen, my
so by
mother
no
is
means.
89. She still does her bills every month. My mother can outcount. I believe she could get a computer or run for their money. She
My great aunt is 91. I was in California pre Panini, and I went up to Redding, California to go visit her. And she's in an assisted living place, but she has like her own apartment. We went, she still was playing bingo. I went to the bingo. She got a whole table full of cards. She got a walker the whole nine. I got 2 cards. She doing my cards, looking at me, talking about you got bingo. You call it out, and I'm just like, I feel so ashamed because I'm like, this lady is over here trying to you got bingo, you got some money, bingo. I was like, oh heck,
Were they giving out money or food or something?
no money.
money.
She go to the bingo because at the nursing home they just play for like a little change, but at the bingo hall they get big money. And she go buy lunch,
$500
like,
pots
and you buy your lunch.
Mhm.
So it's like a whole bingo afternoon. They got the little markers and all of that. It's a little bag. It's a whole situation. I was
It's
like,
I'm telling con art. I'm just like, God, is this a rite of passage of old black
that's
women?
what they wait. They can't wait till they get old until they get old. And
Oh, I don't think it's limited to black women, honey.
You said is a across the board.
It's across the board,
It's
honey.
across the board. They get old. That's why you got to tell them who's the boss. Like, look, I know you had me. I didn't have you. But
I've had that conversation. She told me, okay, so now that you got that out, why don't you go home and go to sleep, and then we'll try this again tomorrow. I looked at her. I was like, Lord, please keep my tongue.
that's why you got to be like, bye then. I'll see you
I
tomorrow.
went, got in my
And then
car
she gonna call
home
you and be
to
like,
my
when you
house.
coming back over? You be like, you told me to go home.
You've
Remember?
been down this road, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Trust me. I know old people. I know old people and kids.
Who I
You told me to go home. You miss me? Do you want me to come back? What you want me to bring you tomorrow?
right.
Yeah, that's how it is. My grandmother tried to run me I was like well into my 30s, and I used to come home to visit, and she tried to run me to Walmart because when I go home, she sends you to the store. I said, to Walgreens rather. I said, I'm just gonna tell you this once. I'm adult and I'm sitting at the adult table. I said, my brother is over there and I'm 14 years older than he. Give him the money. I was like, I am not moving.
Linda, you see that comment from you?
Her 2 color purple fingers. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to come into y'all slack and
No,
be
it is.
sometimes I just
Open
need
it up.
You definitely have to meet them where they at. And luckily, is your mom a hoarder? Because my grandmother was a hoarder.
No, she's not a hoarder. She's just
But they particular about their stuff.
She's just a pain in the butt. That's all.
Okay.
She's just a royal pain right now, and I'm just like, ooh, girl.
Oh yeah, my mama laid out in the road for me moving to Colorado. She was like, "What happens if I get sick?" I said, "Call the ambulance. Your niece is down the street, and your other niece is down the street. You're gonna be okay."
You're gonna be
like, I don't want them in my house.
Right.
Don't let nobody in my house.
They gonna steal my stuff.
That's my mama. I don't want all them folk up in here. They looking through, and I'm like,
that's why you gotta threaten her.
Yeah, you know what? I was just gonna ask you, is she gonna have a problem with having someone into
she
a
is.
sister?
Yeah, she
hey,
is.
get her another older black lady, and they gonna be friends. And she gonna get you somebody
I tried
named
to pawn her
Paula.
off on her church ladies so they could, but they're all old.
No, you can't get no church lady because then she gonna be afraid about.
No, she needs somebody that can lift her.
Talking about her at the church.
I mean, but it's certain techniques that they use, and like I
said, I know you can use that lift thing, and
Well, and when I say old church lady, because my grandmother, she did private nursing for a long time, maybe to her early 60s, and but it just depends on the person. and she went in there, and you know, it just depends on who you get. She had a lady that was an alcoholic, and she would have to hide the cooking sherry because the lady would be drinking the sherry, be on the kitchen floor laid out.
Oh my
God!
no.
Yeah. I mean, crazy. And my cousin, she was doing it for a while, and one of her clients, she hadn't heard from him, and she would, go in there and help him out. And she walked into him, and he had Lyme disease, and he had committed suicide. And she walked in on there. I said, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. She's like, every door, and it was for a while. She's like, every door I walk into, I just see him. And I was like, and what was so sad is because she had taken some time off, and she said he was in there for all that time. His children didn't call him.
No one checked on him.
No one checked on him or anything. Like, he knew it was going to be me. Because I was checking, because she's just that person. Like, I call and check. I left this out, and when I saw what I had left out for him that was still there, she said I knew something was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to not hijack y'all's slack.
It's okay, but that's why we're here.
You listen, I'll be sitting up here in the middle of the night. I think last night it was like 2:00. I was still listening. You had that man from Texas. I don't know when that one was done. He was talking about the DOD jobs and
no better. San Antonio.
It's 2:00 in the morning. Take your ass to sleep. So I watch a lot because, like I said, I'm just I'm lost with it. I like it, but I'm lost with it.
But here's the question: is the information broken down enough for you to understand it?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes, and then for me, it's been like, well, this is common sense. The hell, it's just some of the stuff to me is just absolute common sense. It's like this is not space science. It's not astrophysics.
Right.
It's just common sense.
Right.
So, when he goes left, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'll just follow along with you. I'm
right.
Train too. Come on, let's go.
So, how long is this program?
Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, it's the first week of March, or maybe the second week of March will be the end of it.
Of Security Plus?
Of the whole program.
Oh, everything?
Everything. I told you, Linda.
They just go through it.
I'm telling you, Linda, these boot camps that they have, they don't spend a lot of time.
And so by the end of this program, what do they expect?
That's
you have the certifications on all of those classes you've been through.
But they don't make you take the certs in between, like after every.
No, it's on you.
Because you haven't taken Network Plus yet?
We just finished Network Plus.
Yeah, but have you taken the exam?
No.
Girl. Okay.
Again, but that's how they work.
That's
how
ridiculous.
These boot camps work. They have you take the Network Plus, the A Plus, the Security Plus, the Linux Plus, and they say, well, when you get down with all of them, you'll be able to get a job. And they only give you 6 to 9 weeks to do it.
And you're in there 8 hours a day, huh?
If she
it's a 4 hours. It's 4.5 hours.
If she hasn't taken the Network Plus exam yet, running her through all of this Security Plus material.
They don't care.
They don't care about
the program has been funded.
Yes. They have gotten their money. The VA has paid them.
Yeah.
Remember I told you that class that I took the year before last and how I got this gig? It was we were supposed to be learning networking, Active Directory, Linux, just servers, containers, just a whole bunch of stuff. And it was supposed to be networking. It was infra ops. And I'm looking at these slides, and some of this stuff he's pulling from the CompTIA networking. Some of it is Security Plus. It's from all the CompTIA courses. And I'm like, Donette, like, I need a damn book. I went right on, and even the quiz questions were coming from the CompTIA book. I went right on to my Safari Online. It was pulling up those books and studying those chapters because they were going by them so
Chapter
quickly.
by chapter, but it's. I think we did network in. I'm gonna give it some. I'm gonna say 8 days.
Yeah.
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 8 days.
We did PowerShell the whole nine. We did
That's
PowerShell
why
and Linux in 3
This
days.
is what I'm talking about, Linda. This goes back into my original point
This is
about us,
ridiculous.
about what gets presented to us in tech. This is my biggest problem. What gets presented to us in tech is go join this boot camp. We get in this boot camp. We come out. We don't know nothing than what we did before. We may know
It's
a
a
few
blur.
keywords. Everything else is a blur. Then we go apply for a job, and then we can't get paid, and then we can't get the job either. So I take my time on the Linux stuff so you can understand it on a larger scale. Let me show you where things are at. Let me show you how they apply. Let me show you what you can do with it. Now let's come back and learn it so you understand the why of why you learn it. They don't
We
do
just
that in the
did.
boot camp.
No.
We
And my
just
class
did.
was 8 hours a day. Was it for 10 weeks?
10 or 12
It
weeks.
was actually a 9-week course. It was a 9-week course, and they added a week. And I was like, I didn't plan for this extra week. And it was 8 hours a day, and they expected you to be there every day. And I think it might have been 2 holiday days that were built into that. And so that's how it ended up being into the 10th week, because they made those days up on the back end. And we had quizzes, and we had like a syllabus and things that we would do and papers to turn in. But you can ask Tam, I would be up to 4 in the morning. And it was just a hodgepodge of stuff.
This program, are they funding you taking the certifications too?
Yes.
How many tries do you get?
I think you only get one.
You get one for each certification?
One try, one attempt.
So this the other part you got to understand, Linda. So what happens is they probably got a grant, and that grant said, "Hey, how many successful candidates can you get out of this curriculum?" And they said we could probably do 50%, 75%, and so they won.
So I saw a chart that said just exactly what you're saying right now. It broke it down as to how many people get in the program, complete the program, and then how many people test. And test all the way through, and the each level it got lower and lower and lower, and I was like, this is some BS.
And but you also have to remember too that these grants are, it may be a cap ceiling of 25 million, it may be a floor ceiling of 10 million or 5 million. They give them that 10 million. They write up the course, they go back to CompTIA. CompTIA gives them a discount.
Yeah, I know they give
say X, Y, and Z of how many students they gonna put through this program for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years, whatever the case may be. They take their money on the back end, and then they go on about their business. Now, whether you pass it or not is on you.
It's up to you,
right? Or if you don't pass, and it depends on the program. They might have like an alumni arm, like because this particular course that I took, it usually like they have it in different cities nationwide, and they usually have like an office. But to me, it's so remedial because I'm at a different stage in my life. Like you got to dress up every day. Like you don't dress up in tech. You got to dress up, go to the office. You use the computers on the office. You go in like it's a job. But luckily, I caught it a remote course, and it was the first time. It was the first cohort they were doing remote, and like I said, it was just like he was recording the classes and posting it. Like I'm not about to sit through another 8 hours of class. I am about to go use the resources that I know so I can cut this in half. And certain stuff really interests me, like the networking, and I would use Cisco, that we were using Cisco Packet Tracer.
Right.
And again, these resources weren't available when I first started learning technology. So it was interesting to see how far it had come along. But the class was very mundane. It was just like,
because what concerns me about running them through that so fast is, so like when they go to sit down for those certifications, if you haven't had any hands-on
Yeah.
and you see something presented and it's going to be
A test question.
it's going to be like, let's say you see a presentation of some information on the screen,
Mhm.
and they're going to ask you some questions about that. And if you haven't done any hands-on labs or anything,
Mhm.
you will have no knowledge of what you were looking at or how to interpret that data.
Yeah.
And no reading a book
Can give you what
is going to
you
give you
Yep.
see.
what it means.
I know this is a whole new field, but I do know that you got to have some labs. It's like you have to be able to put it to practical use.
and that book has labs.
It does. And so I called them and I was like, I need a tutor because
Mhm.
I'm I was like, I don't understand MAC addresses. How I don't understand the to convert it from decimal to
You know they got a calculator for that.
yes, I do. So, but I was
I'm
just asking,
just
I
from
was
me to
like,
you. You don't really
you
have
don't
to
have to sit down.
memorize all that stuff.
So let's give
But
some
I was
one-on-one
just,
right. So let's
but
give
I
some.
just wanted to
So let's get
know.
some one-on-one right here. Every MAC address in the entire world is unique.
Mhm.
There are vendor-specific MAC addresses.
Ranges.
When I say that, they're vendor specific. Like you can look and say 06 colon D2 colon 05 belongs to a particular vendor.
Mhm.
Right. That's how they start off. But at the end, those hexadecimal identifiers change. So
Right,
you yourself know that every MAC address is unique. Now
Mhm.
there's a MAC address, and then there's a MAC address table, and then there's an IP that represents what those
what
that translation is. So you have to first decipher, like you need to break down, like, okay, what's a MAC address? What does that look like first? And then what does an IP address look like? One is hexadecimal, and one just numerical numbers that you see. But they're broken up into four different optics when you're talking about what an actual IP address is.
right.
And you know who else has really good tutorials that breaks it down like really simple? Google. That Google IT support course,
Mhm.
when it comes to like MAC addresses, and it's free.
Mhm.
It's the Google, and it's the IT support tech, and they offer a course afterward, and like after you take the course you can apply for like Google help desk or something like that. But their videos really break it
Yeah,
down.
they have good,
Yeah, they have really good
really good
videos.
learning.
Because
Google.
I have been looking at Professor Messer. I was just like,
I would go to Google, because for me, when I learn, I need to break it down. And Tammy, like, you don't need all that. I need to break it down to the roots, the
to the
foundation.
lowest common denominator.
That's me. But she's
I
already
need
done that already. So to her, it's like, you don't need that. But I need to know, like, I literally went and got an A+ book and was just like, okay, because you are, like you said, hey, I put together trains and stuff. Like, yeah, I've been working with computers all my life. I've been, networking and putting together my own home office. But to know the technical words for it, or to know that I'm not so far off, it just gave me a peace of mind. Like,
yeah, that's
okay,
that
That's the
because
perfection.
when he
That right there is the perfectionist.
that's how I learn.
yeah,
The perfectionist. You gotta understand that.
I guess I am too because I just like like I said, I've
But it
been
was a
working with
good
computers.
but now it's a good resource book for me. And I think it's, to read it through so that you know mentally where you're at so that you can build from there. That's why they give you the A+ first for people that never looked at it. Because we got a lot of people here and they're like, I don't know where to start. We've never seen it before. And then you get a syllabus and they say you don't need anything. But sometimes you're like, well, how does this all connect? Where does this piece come through? Where did they get this name from? Where did they get this term
We're
from?
telling you where it come from. You don't need no all that.
You went to college for 50,000 years.
We're telling you.
Let me tell you,
all that.
Tam got toolboxes. She been soldering and running cables and wires. She got everything from every course she ever took at the dang house. And she gonna tell me I don't need. You had it. Why I can't have
You
it?
don't need that. We didn't
You
have.
didn't work on boards and switches. You didn't.
I didn't have A+. I ain't had A+. You don't need that.
You went to DeVry. That was A+.
So if you don't forget, something that Mintan, what we was talking about earlier about if you want to get into tech, also looking at your transferable skills and getting into a tech company, a cloud service provider, and then maybe looking at like what skills you have now that you could use to get on.
Okay.
If you want to, get into tech, and then
Hey,
transfer those skills, grow your skills into becoming a cloud practitioner.
okay. So you're saying like go to it from the back end.
Yeah.
I mean,
so the easiest way to do that is write down all your skills.
Mm-hmm.
You need to write down all your skills.
You need
to write down all the skills that you have. Like, I'm good at researching. I'm good at problem solving. I'm good at breaking down a large problem into smaller problems. Even look at if you currently have a job, go look up your job description and write down literally what you do from the job description and then some, because there may be and then some that you do. Then when you get that job description that you have, you're gonna that description of who basically what you've been doing is what it is. Then you're gonna need to say, for me, and this is how I'm doing it, and Linda and you may take it differently. Then for me is take those very same the very same list of things that you skills. That's what it is. It's a list of skills. Take that list of skills and look at potential jobs in tech. So, and I'm gonna give you some names, just randomly throwing them out there. Especially, I'm assuming you want to go into cybersecurity.
not really.
Okay. What are your interests?
The cloud.
I know, but there's cloud, but then there's cloud automation, there's cloud security, there's
those are the things. I think those are things that she's trying to explore now.
right.
But I would definitely pull out those old resumes. I'll pull out those. Everybody, we all got a pile of old resumes.
But what I'm simply saying is now looking at like cloud automation, cloud security, and look at what those job descriptions are. Just like looking at them in detail, right? Because again, cloud security and cloud automation, and then cloud practitioner are three different things,
right? And the things that interest you, put those in the search as well, because you say you like the cloud. You mentioned the hypervisor, so virtualization. That might lead to containerization as you read and do some research in there about what that looks like and how those, like, what do I need to do to get there? If that interests me more, am I willing to dig into that? Or, okay, that's interesting, but I know enough, I'm going to go move somewhere else. Like, it's not enough to keep me there.
Okay.
It's just one of those things. And luckily, it's free. So you can be able to do all that stuff.
I see Linda Brain Turner. What you got, Linda?
She got a whole bunch of questions about this course. Like, what they doing?
Linda, nothing.
She
Linda
just
is
Linda,
like-
move on, Linda. They
what
ain't doing
is
nothing.
like-
foolishness is
This is
really?
foolish.
Let me know.
This don't make no sense to
It
me.
don't make not
Linda, they ain't
zero
doing
bit of
nothing. I'm
sense.
telling you, they doing
I just want to know.
Look, and you know who get caught up in this shit all the time? Black people. We get caught up in this shit all
Oh
the
my
time.
God, you know,
All the
one
time. And you know how I know? Because I coach them. They come to me and they be like, so I took this course and I went through the A plus and I went through the security plus and I went through this and I did that and I did this and I did that. And then I was like, okay. And like you check some boxes. I say, do you understand what you learned?
Not at
Nope.
all.
Nope.
Not a
I
damn
don't
thing.
understand.
Linda
Nothing I
is trying to
learned.
figure
Not
out now how can
one
I use this to
itchy
make
bit.
some
all
money.
the time.
I'm
And then
really pissed
look,
because
hey, done
I
that.
jumped
Linda,
into this
this is what happened
program.
next. Let me tell you what happened next. People come to us and then they say, so what should I start? How do I get started with Linux? I just want to get started. And so we say, sign up for the IBM course. And then you know what people do? They go sign up for the IBM course, right? And then they never come to none of the meetups. Never. Ever come to none of the meetups. And they go off into this fairy tale land. And then they go off and they start.
And then they come back and say, I'm now taking data analytics.
All doing data engineering
And
through,
then
this other program, but people do this all the time, and it's no shame on nobody out here that
No.
who listening or whatnot. I don't want y'all to be shamed.
and y'all first 4 chapters is
I don't.
winning.
But what I'm
I've
simply
listened to
saying
y'all,
is,
and I don't want to. I don't want to listen. I'm 66. I ain't got that many years to waste. I
right,
don't.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get you somewhere quicker.
right.
That's why I'm asking all these questions, because I'm trying to get you somewhere. Because
Yeah.
That's why I was like, okay, well, how much longer, when does this end? Because when taking you through all of this, and then you are not testing out on the cert before they're moving into new material.
Linda, all they doing is setting up to pay her $46,000. I'm being honest.
And I'm just like,
I'm no, Donna,
When
I'm
I-
really being
when I
honest. They
retired-
setting you
I
up to pay
retired
you
making $120,000.
$46,000.
And that's
When I-
success for them, though.
When I retired, I was making $120,000.
But what I'm
But this
telling
right
you
here is
they're
like,
setting you. Listen, I see it all the time. They're setting you up. They're gonna and the guy at Cotia got pissed off with me. I'm telling you, for real. I was in the meeting. I was on a panel, and he's like, tell people how important these CompTIA certifications are. I was like, so I'm gonna keep it real with you. What he talking about, I don't know. Look, this is what we need. I was like, this CompTIA thing that y'all talking about, this network plus, that's gonna get you on the help desk, and that's gonna get you $40 to $46,000.
Mm-hmm.
We looked it up today. The average apartment is $1,900. You tell me who paying $1,900 on a $46,000 salary, and then and put something into their 401k. You not, so let's move on. All right. So now, when it comes down to it, I'm like, what do we need to do to get the people to the money? Stop
Right.
sending people. I get it. The A plus is cute. It gets you your basics, but we need to move on.
Mm-hmm.
We listen, as Black people, we ain't got no time.
I don't have.
Mhm.
I really.
We don't have
I'm just like
time.
you said. They've paid. I've got another month of this course,
Yeah.
and then I gotta move on.
You do better going through the SANS.org program, really. And they got a veterans course. Because you have been through the CompTIA stuff, some things are going to be a little bit more familiar to you because you've seen it before. But I'm not going to lie to you, the SANS.org is like drinking from a faucet. But you get 4 months.
And it's hands-on.
It's nasty.
No, like it's a lot of information. That's what we're drinking from a water hose.
But SANS is hands-on though.
But Sans is very hands-on. And one thing I like about Sans, if you don't understand it, they at least work with you. At least the instructors work with me, and they spend time with you afterwards. And they give you the book,
The book.
and they give you everything else in terms of setting up, how to set it up. Let me work with you to set this up. Let us get you stood up on it. They give you some step by step by step by step.
Courses
Hands
around
on.
CompTIA is like an assembly line. And like I said, I took a course that was basically, our instructor told us, because it changed into a remote class, how quickly he had to put it together. And I think he had like less than 2 weeks to put it together. And it was literally a hodgepodge of stuff. Like, I can share with you some of that stuff. And like I said, we have, it's called O'Reilly Media right now, where you have the books, but the books are online. And just going through those classes. But because there are so many CompTIA type courses, you can definitely get some stuff on online. But I don't know if Pearson's or if it's Wiley's that have the labs, but you definitely want to get your hands on the labs, because if they're not giving you access to those labs,
But we have.
that's definitely doing
I
a
was
disservice.
Do you make any type of postcards or anything?
I have my postcards. I have my, and I'm old school, so I do the longhand notes.
Mhm.
No,
I'm
you
old
say
school
you
too.
have the labs, but they haven't shown you how
I
to
don't. So
access
I had
them.
to call the help desk and have the gentleman the other day to. I told him, I said, I didn't even know these were available to us. He says, "Oh yeah, it's available." I said, "Well, can you walk me through it, because I don't know how. I don't know how to access
Did
the
they
link."
send it in the email?
No,
And you're not doing all this work on your tablet, right?
no. I got a loaner laptop and a loaner second monitor, so I can plug up and
Oh, okay.
work back and forth. But I didn't know it was available. I just want this to be over.
I mean, it's going to be a lifelong learning mission, but I do understand wanting that class to be
Yeah,
done with.
I want this portion to be gone, done. Just let me move on. Let me get where I can really
Well,
touch it.
definitely
Feel it.
when they start, by the time you start that cloud stuff, definitely be able to access the labs, because you'll
Yes.
definitely want to be doing the labs on that.
Okay. I thank you, ladies, for letting me vent and cry and piss
That's
and
what we're here for.
I love it, and I'm gonna join the Slack when I power to the people. I'm gonna join the Slack tonight.
You're not West Coast, but girl, we got you. This is what
I'm a,
this is what happened when you plug in. We was just talking about you people laying in the bed earlier. Just, we don't care, girl. Come as you are.
listen. I'm so sorry. I'm coming here looking like Tina.
That's how we know you tired. That's how we know you tired.
I'm
You
done.
coming in tired.
I'm done. I'm toast. I'm really toast tonight. But I'm
It's all
gonna
good.
go online and get into the Slack. I'm gonna look into sans.org. I'm gonna look. I've been pulling my resume because I was trying to put it together. So I have.
I want you to notice what you said. I am going to look into sans.org. You didn't say, Tam, I'm gonna reach out to you about sans.org so you can walk me through it.
Okay.
See? Are you trying to do it all on your own?
Trust me, she was in the next room when I was taking my class, and I was like, I didn't work on this for too long. I need some help. Tech support.
I do know how to pick up the phone and call help.
I'll be like, system admin.
So I'll be typing up questions. I will.
I get them all day, every day. Somebody reminded me today. I sent you a question, you ain't answer it. I was like,
Oh my God.
my bad. Maybe I forgot.
Maybe I was asleep.
All right. Well, we'll
She
see
don't
you on
sleep.
the
This
Slack.
team, no sleep, no blink.
Be sure
Thank
and
you.
join.
I am. As soon
All
as I get
righty.
off of here, I thank
All
you,
righty.
ladies, for
Thank
taking
you.
me.
We look forward to gelling with you. Goodness.
He done dropped her off. She's still in the back waving and stuff.
Well, it'd be that awkward wave till you be like, "Am I still on here? Do they still see me?" So hey,
I'm not
trust
having
me.
no big-
But a lot of
Q4, you need to come on stage. You've been talking all that trash in the chat. You don't
Who's
never-
out there? I don't see.
he on the chat asking us Slack questions. If you don't go click that help button to help navigate Slack, we are doing a live stream. It is in the announcement channel. It is a button in there. We've made it very easy to navigate. In the Slack.
And Q4, you said why we don't make training?
It's already out there.
No, why we don't make it ourselves like the Indians. Man, it takes a lot of work.
Training
And
is
I didn't understand none of that Indian training.
No, he's saying why would we make training?
because then we would have to charge for it.
Yeah, we can charge for it. That's what he's saying, charge for it. But then that comes into
That's
what
work.
kind of training do you want to make, and do you need to keep it updated and fresh?
Yeah.
And
I
then
don't
you
take
get-
no Indian training.
Mm.
I can't understand it.
This is not the words of women and lineage. This is only the words
I'm
of
just
men.
saying the dialect sometimes it's a little thick for me and I can't understand it. Even at work, I have found the closed caption feature for my Zoom, my WebEx meetings. They have saved my life. So, to each his own. To each his own. But, I just want to
I like the training the way you do it though,
I do too.
because it's interactive.
Mm-hmm. But I also give it from a perspective of what you would probably see and do every day,
Right.
not what people think, not what people in the videos are gonna say, but like, hey, this is a time where this could possibly come up. Let me show you this.
It's real world
Here-
experience.
Here's how that works.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But also I was saying, like you tell me before you cut me off, is that is what we're here for as well. Like this is a community. And sometimes there are other blockers in your path to get to where you need to go. And those blockers may be taking care of an aging parent. It may be taking care of children. It may be a divorce. It may be health issues. It could be anything. And you need support in that, in that, because like Donna said, all her siblings are gone. So here you are, you out here, you're retired, but hey, I'm still young. I want to learn something new. I'm interested in these things, but how do I survive this? I'm drowning here. Do you have anything for me? We're here for them more than just tech, so I want people to be able to show up with that, because you out here on this island alone, and it's tough when you can't plug into a community. And some people are plugged into communities and they're just not as engaging, or it's that fear of letting people in, where it's just like it's talking tech 24/7.
Right.
We definitely try to take a holistic approach to getting a career and maintaining a career in tech, because if you're not all right, nothing is all right.
True.
So Afri asks, kind of put your money where your mouth is, but would it be more successful for the training that people ask for it if they had some skin in the game? Here's how I look at that. Afri, I go out and I buy training all the time, and I don't take it.
Or it expire.
It expired. I bought big. Let me tell you, I don't know. I think I spent $500 or $600 on Bigger Pockets multifamily training that meets every Wednesday at 8:00 at night. Guess what I'm doing every Wednesday at 8:00? I'm training. So guess who missed it? Me. Guess who got to go back and watch this 2, 3, 4 hour training? Me. Guess who got
Yeah,
to do this next
I've spent all kind of money on courses that I haven't taken yet. So yeah.
The CKA, the CKD, the CKS, I have spent money every year taking those classes and maybe start and then don't even finish them. So it's person dependent, right?
Yeah.
Some people take a course and never pay. That's how you make money. It really, that's how gyms make money. Gyms know that you're gonna come in and sign up at the beginning of the year and then never take classes.
Mm-hmm.
They know it.
In theory, yep, I'm gonna do it.
You got good intentions,
I have good intentions.
but sometimes life happens. Like
Mhm.
since I've been here, I have not studied GCP at all.
Mhm.
I haven't. Between the altitude, the time difference, and me trying to help Tam get settled, I haven't had the capacity for it. Like
Mhm.
after I get off of work, I'm literally exhausted. And I take a nap, I get up to do the little things that I have to do for women in Linux. And then when I look up, it's 1 almost 2 o'clock in the morning. And this is because I'm still mentally on East Coast time. I gotta get to bed because I have to be to work at 8 o'clock, which is 5 o'clock this time.
Right. So you gotta, yep.
It's 6.
6. Well, I got to get up. I have to be up here at 5:30.
Yep.
My alarm is going off.
So you
And
can
so
be.
the other night, I was literally up to 3:30. And I'm looking at because on my phone, it's the current time, but on my computer is another time. And I'm looking at it and I'm
Oh
like,
my goodness.
you need to be in the bed. And I called, as soon as my alarm went off, I was like, I'm running late. Because I knew I needed another hour or two of sleep.
Right, right.
Like I'm not gonna make it. So this person is life dependent.
Yeah.
It's life dependent. Sometimes you just have some blockers.
Yeah.
And I know there's plenty of things. Like I had I had signed up. I was doing the cybersecurity course that everybody was going through last year through Udacity. That had the big program and stuff like that. Everybody, all my immediate family got COVID. That last year, this time last year, everybody, mama, daddy,
Everybody.
brother-in-law, grandma ended up getting it. Everybody on the West Coast. My mom went to the hospital 3 times. I'm trying, and like, what are you doing over there, man, and that type of stuff. And I'm just like, is there an extension? Then other things just started spiraling because you're really never all the way well from it. It's still residual effects from all of that stuff, and it just was a snowball. And so a new program I signed up to, they was like, girl, quit playing, you ain't getting this, you done wasted our time. But
I was thinking about that GCP training.
Coursera?
Huh?
Coursera?
No, that
it's
Google.
directly through Google. They
It's
got it through
directly through
Google
Google.
Quick Labs. They use
So
their
when
Quick Labs.
she was talking about cloud practitioner, I was thinking, oh well, Google has free training you can take.
But here's the thought: how about the people that are interested can make a pot of money for a cert, and whoever has the highest passing grade gets the pot.
Make
It
it a
has to
competition
take.
thing. That might work.
We just now getting people to consistently come on Wednesday.
Everyone has to take the exam the same day. Yes, getting the people to take you notice I kept saying take the exam. It's getting the people to take the exam. You're right.
And that's if you can, and that's if everybody can get the exam, take the exam on the same day, because everybody's going to be somewhere else.
How about the same week?
And so that's different. Like, can you take it online? Do you got to be in an empty room? What if you got 4, 5 kids just running around? Oh, like
Oh
that.
yeah, you can't
Mama,
have no kids running around if you
Like
take
you,
it at home.
then
mama.
you got to get you a computer. Do everybody have what it needs to test? You got a webcam. Did you walk every corner of the room? Like
Mhm.
it's so many different factors in that. But like I said, we just now getting people to show up and consistently for a Wednesday meeting so we can get through the RECSA and finish all the chapters and restart that.
Mhm.
You know, I'm not trying to call you out, Kiefer, but you know, people were trying to navigate Slack. So I'm just, you know, it's tough. They think we got 5 channels in Slack.
Mhm.
Oh my
We
god,
got
no, we
90
got a lot of
channels.
channels.
And it'd be like, well, where is this stuff at? You have not read
He
And
said,
anything.
add more
IBM is
channels.
kicking out. They are really putting out a lot of learning now. I start the cloud IBM Cloud Architect
Mm-hmm.
class week
I
after
be
next.
telling people don't sleep on IBM.
Yep,
They got
I
some stuff.
start. Yep, I start the
I,
jam for that.
I got 500 acres in Colorado in Boulder.
Hmm. Boulder.
Yep.
Yep.
hmm Luckily, my the GCP and all that stuff is through my job. They got
Mhm.
all the training. They have their in-house certification training, and then they might have the vendor training directly, and they do it incentive based. But a lot of people are what they call on the bench. So if you're working a project and you really don't have the time, you can't make it. But for all the people that are sitting on the
On the
bench,
bench.
they're encouraged to take some of those classes.
Right.
But
Oh,
some
that's like Red Hat.
yeah, but sometimes for me, it's just like y'all not about to trick me to win 4,000 rupees. Like, how much is 4,000 rupees? Like, I'm not gonna even convert that and laugh. Like, I don't want in no rupees. I need to be paid in cash. USD. I don't want a rupee. And then a lot of our
Well,
courses,
I'm getting blue points.
Blue Points,
IBM.
IBM, and us
Mhm.
and a lot sometimes like a lot of our in-person courses, like our instructor-led courses,
Mhm.
because the company is headquartered in India.
Mhm.
It's a 10-hour time difference. I'm not getting up at 1:30 in the morning
Right.
to take a class, or if it's 5:30 and I have to be up at 8, like, and then the class is still going on. I just signed up for nothing.
I had a recruiter contact me from Tata,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
seriously trying to run me down. They build, for their cybersecurity practice.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, thanks, but no thanks. He was like, well, what is it about consulting? I'm like, I'm past the point of doing timesheets. He was like, really? I'm like, yeah, really. I don't, I just need you to pay me. I can't keep time.
Yeah. They over here having
It's
a
that simple.
sidebar about Birkin bags and stuff. I was like, they done missed our whole conversation. We don't care about none of that. We trying to get to the accredited investor money, and we are hoping that people that are like-minded will show up and show out. But we are still going to be like Robin Hood, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, and letting these resources be accessible to the people.
That's when we got jobs out there at 550,000 and 1 million. That's just where I'm
Because
at.
I'm sure forwarding my resume to Novella. I still sign up.
No better.
Novella. I still sign up to everything. What's coming over? They'll be like, what you doing? It's almost finished. Give me 1 minute.
You say, give me one minute.
Give me 1 minute. Somebody earlier was asking about a program management. I said, I finished my application. Tim was like, you did?
Hey,
She already
hey, Linda, you know I be going in big, grabbing all the stuff. I be like, let me go grab that. That look like a good one. Post.
Listen, as long as y'all not asking me to fill out a timesheet, we good.
I'm always posting. I'm
Hmm?
always posting. I'm always posting stuff that
We good.
not doing.
Oh yeah, Q4. They be in there over there trying to entice you with some rupees. I be like, I thought, no. No, my
Some
team,
rupees.
some rupees. My team lead came in there trying to offer me a
Or
project.
air hockey table.
Oh no, where they gonna plug it up at? They ain't got no room for that. He told me that they were going to move me to a team that was doing a decommission project, and that I was going to be the, did you say the program lead? Project lead on this particular project. And the first thing I said, "What is there a salary increase? Is there, Linda? Is there a salary increase in that?" He was like, "Oh, I don't think so." But I was like, "Well, you better keep me posted because I'm sure gonna call HR."
Yeah, I'm gonna be right here.
I found out that they gave it to another team, but he still didn't want to say they gave it to another team. I was like, "So they did?" He's like, "No, we all on the same team. It ain't this one. We not starting it." So what are you doing?
I'm playing around with
Don't play. Don't play. You do that on your off time. This is struggle stream stuff. Don't do that. That's struggle streaming.
I
Don't
thought
do
she
that.
was bringing somebody else in.
She over here playing.
That was me.
She can do that.
Nobody else wants to come up. The guys don't ever want to come up. The only person that come up is the old man, Black Professor Ox. That's it. Everybody else be like, nah. We ain't struggle streaming. You back.
I don't even know how she got these
See,
controls.
we was thinking about coming over across the bay weekend after next.
She should be back.
You'll be back.
Linda, I will be hostage in Boulder to your friend over here decide on a place. Hopefully
Don't
I
rush
can.
me.
She said, "Don't rush me."
I feel like I'm being rushed. You want to go to the game tomorrow? No. I need you to fill out some applications. Denver is playing. Who are they playing tomorrow?
The Nuggets is playing. I forget who they're playing. Let me look it up again. It started at 1:30. We have time to get some rest and then head over.
Do we have time to go see some places?
We already seen the places.
She want me out there in the marathon in the gym with the people.
You can't say that on the stream.
Needless to say, I'll be filling out the applications for the places that I had
the Brooklyn Nets.
I'm going to be filling out applications for the places so that the quotes won't expire for the third time.
Oh yeah.
Because she said she was going to she said herself out of her mouth that she was going to make a decision Friday.
I did.
And so her decision was to fill out the applications and to see what they say. I tried to fill out an application today, but it was giving me problems. So I'm going to go in there and try to do that because I know even when she gets the apartment, I'm going to probably need to wait for the furniture or something to get delivered.
Mm-hmm. So Linda, the thing is, you got to make 3 times the salary amount.
And then
I'm a broke college student. I'm not sure how that's.
But you're $101. I don't know how that's.
Yeah, with $101 under that.
And then there's storms. You still cut me off. There's storms coming that she showed me. Like there's storms. That's how she said. You see these storms?
That was this week.
It's this storms. You can't get on the road with these storms. They all over here.
Oh wait, you drove?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. We drove.
You drove Big Baby?
Which one? Yeah,
Big Baby.
Hmm.
Girl.
Not the G wagon.
Oh, I was gonna say you took Big Baby out there.
Let me tell you, that G wagon would have still been in Atlanta because it suck up too much damn gas.
That thing suck up all the gas.
Drove Big Baby out there.
That G wagon suck up all the gas.
And she said, I'm gonna keep repeating it. She Linda, every time it get to a half a tank, she be like, I need some gas.
But Linda, what she don't understand is driving that Range Rover. Okay, so it's a Range Rover SVR.
Mm-hmm.
On economy. She had it on economy mode.
She was doing 120. I'm doing 93, and Dion is way down.
This is a Metris. Whoever had this Metris first, they were using it as a transport vehicle. For some reason, and I know she is telling the fib, the Metris don't go over 100.
Yes, it is.
Now the Metris roll, but the Metris don't go over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Now you look up and she be coasting, and she might be up there, but she don't go over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's 140 on the odometer, but she's not going over that. And maybe it's something programmed in her or whatever, but it's not happening. So I was coasting, but what happened is she just started getting tired, and I was digging in.
I wasn't getting tired. I was just like, I put it on
She
economy.
can't hang.
No, when you put the car on economy, when you put the Range Rover on economy, it dials it back. It don't give you that oomph like you want to, right? So it's so you got to so you got to figure it out. So if you come out of economy and you go into say comfort mode or sport mode, if you're going into comfort mode and you hitting it, gas is going. You can see it moving down. The problem is it's cold outside and the gas station is in between. It's far in between. We riding. We
Autopilot.
Yeah, I stay in comfort mode. So
yeah.
Let me tell you,
But
all the
I
pilots.
stay in comfort
But
mode.
hold on, it might be the pilots, but this one going 120, so we passing all the pilots. So we pulling up the gas stations that ain't got no attendants. So I'm like, is the pump on? I'm like, oh, cool, the pump on.
She is literally wrapping up the last 3 hours of our ride.
That's the part I'm talking about, though.
We had stopped so many times that by the time that I got here, my face was chapped, my lips was like Tyrone. What was Dave Chappelle, that little crackhead character?
Oh.
Lips was like that, fingers dry, hangnails. My feet was even dry. Like I was so dry. That's how many times we got out the car.
What's the problem? I'm making sure we got gas and we don't have to call roadside assistance.
And
I
so
was before half a tank every time we left.
And now you got to drive back.
That Range Rover rides different. In fact, you know what? Leave the mattress here. You take the Range Rover back. I'm gonna have them ship the G wagon. How about that?
Hey, we in the Metros road. We gonna ride back.
You ain't gonna be going on. You gonna get to half a tank. You gonna see how quick you get. You gonna be like, nah, babe.
I rode in that car before.
You ain't ride that car no.
Yes, I have. I rode that car to Atlanta.
The Range Rover.
Yes, we didn't drive that car to Atlanta.
You ain't drove this one to Atlanta. You drove the other one.
We drove that car to Atlanta.
You drove the other one.
No, we drove that car to Atlanta.
No, we did.
Yes, we did.
That was the other Range
No,
Rover.
it was not.
I'm not gonna argue with you.
Don't.
I know what you took. I know what you went. What went to Atlanta?
Don't.
This particular one has not left the state until we came out here. The first Range Rover, the white one, that went to Atlanta. This one hasn't. It's a Florida hoe. I know.
Not even a half a tank, Linda.
It was a half a tank. And when I stopped to get my gas, I fill it back up because I know as I'm riding, this thing is slurping up gas like a baby slurping up applesauce.
off a titty. You didn't need that extra.
That's what it was like.
Why do babies do that?
I don't know why.
Have you ever seen a baby do that?
Mhm.
Whose baby?
When I was younger.
You was the baby?
No. I watched babies as I was growing up. Remember, I stayed with the babysitter.
So how long of a drive was that?
30.
It would have been much less.
It would if it look, it wouldn't have been much less. It still would have been 29
goodness.
hours. It would the route we was going at 60 miles per hour. Boom, it was still 30 hours.
60 miles per hour.
Yeah, look at it. Look at it. Look.
Per hour.
Look, who doing 60?
The speed limit ain't even 60. It was 75.
This is according to Google. Google looks at it at 60 miles per hour.
Google is a guy.
What
The
either way
speed
it goes.
limit was 75.
The speed limit was 70.
D, I ain't gonna see you to this summer.
Use a lot.
At this point,
I'm shipping her back tomorrow. She catching a plane tomorrow. I'm looking up a flight right now. Let me get up. Let me look
She
up.
gonna miss me when I'm gone.
Let me look her up a flight right now. Delta. You going Delta? One way. You going back to Florida?
you got to go and ship Big Baby.
The
Big
dealership-
baby can't come here.
the
Big Baby
dealership
can't
got-
come.
Big baby can't come here. I gotta go pick big baby up when I get back home. Big baby can't come home. Come to it's
Yes,
too
she
cold. She said she's a Florida hoe. She can't come here. All her sensors will be going off. And ain't got nobody here to fix big baby like she is. She is a performance car.
Mhm.
She is a show pony. Let me tell you. And sometimes I don't go to the car wash, but big baby can't come here. It's some dirty vehicles out here.
Yeah,
It is filthy dirty.
and all
nasty
that
out
salt
here.
and stuff. Yeah, that's true,
My
right?
boots, I gotta get somebody to shine
Big
my
Baby can't come there. No.
The way this Range Rover is looking,
Mhm.
it is utter. I'm surprised we ain't went to the car wash in the cold. Everything we seen was like a self-service one. And I'm trying to take the van to the dealership so it can get an inspection before I get back on the road.
Mhm.
But it's like you can't even get nobody to call you back, and I'm like, I don't know this place. This is not the customer service I'm used to.
Mm.
I'm going back to the hospitality town because these people
Right.
out here, they riding dirty.
I mean, look, where we here, they come to my house and pick it up.
Where are you?
Florida.
Exactly. Coming back.
I don't go over there. They come get it.
Coming back.
Right? Hurry
Coming
back, D. Hurry back.
So dirty here. So dirty. The snow left and it was a slushy, dirty mess. It's like, it's like this. I just wanted to sweep it up.
Mm.
It was so pretty and then it was so not. I was
Yeah.
Right.
It reminded me of what Atlanta ice.
You're a thug, right? You're a
No,
thug.
no,
You're a thug.
no. That's not my
You're
thugdom.
You're a trap empress.
That's not my thugdom.
Oh no, this trap empress.
That's not my thugdom. No.
You're a trap empress.
This is not my snow life.
Yeah, you're a trap empress.
That's not my snow life.
I did not miss that snow.
It's not my snow life. My snow life, like
Only-
I say,
only
is
got-
cabin, casserole, some
Only
tequila
got
shots,
only
and
got
hot
1
tub.
or 2 years here.
You
Yeah.
should like all 4 seasons.
But I'm telling you what the contract is.
But you like all 4 seasons. So like you say, this don't bother you.
It don't. I went outside today with no jacket on, walking to the car. It was windy and everything.
Mm-mm.
I was like, ooh, it's a little brisk.
Mm-mm. I had to turn the heater on the other day. I was like, oh my goodness.
Oh my God, she's so. I mean, in the room, I'm like, why does it feel like I'm drying?
I got the
out
fireplace
like a
on right
dinosaur?
now. I'm cold.
I feel like I'm drying out like a dinosaur. I'm like, this is too hot in here.
It's not that it was too hot because when that weather dropped, it'd be right on time. What happened was it was 40 something degrees this morning today. And so the heat was on in the room. It's been at 73. That's probably why I've been sneezing all day, because it was kicking on as it was heating up, because literally all the ice on the car has melted off. Yesterday I was able to brush some off, but now it's completely melted. That's how I know it got pretty warm outside. And so going into these different rooms with these different climates has got me a mess. So I think I have some medication upstairs that I'm going to go pop a pill or something and fill out some applications.
Well, y'all, I have got to get myself to bed.
Yeah, because it's late. It's 2:30 in the morning.
I know. I'm working on this project. This book that's being published by Packet. I'm working as a technical editor on it. And I got a chapter that's due that I haven't finished reviewing. So I got work to do.
Okay. And you did mention 2 books on negotiation.
Feminist Fight Club.
Can you I'm not
It's a book, put it in the book section in Slack.
Yeah.
I'll drop it in the Slack. And actually so the books themselves, Feminist Fight Club is really about a holistic viewpoint and advice to being a woman in tech.
Okay.
And just being able to represent yourself in the workplace. And I was just advising her to read the chapter on salary negotiation. And then Women Don't Ask. It is a complete book on negotiation. But I'll drop both of those.
Cool.
In the book channel.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Leonard. Thanks for rocking with us tonight.
Yeah, it was good talking to y'all. You messed me up when you showed me that. You showed me that drink. You messed me up. I was like, oh no,
Check on me. Make sure that she released me.
I know. I ain't gonna see you tomorrow.
She can get out of here today.
Bye, y'all.
Ain't nothing holding her back but air and opportunity.
All right. Have a good one.